Hello, hello, hello. Oh my gosh, it feels like it's been a while, but it's been like, I guess like a week and a half. I don't know. That's a little while. Hello everyone, I hope y'all are doing well. Thank you for being flexible. This is a little earlier than usual. I figured I'd try this time just because I know that my other time that I normally do is super late for folks who are in Europe and Africa, so I wanted this to be slightly less insane in case folks wanted to tune in live. Yeah, I know, God, for real, it did feel like a fortnight. I also saw y'all expecting some scuff, and let me tell you, there was some pre-stream scuff, just like figuring out like, oh yeah, I gotta get everything set up. For some reason, OBS wasn't recognizing my model, which was super weird. I don't know, I just restarted it and then it was fine, so like, I don't know, it was kind of weird, but yeah. Oh my god, that's an even better one. SNY Ek Sniek. I just went with Sniek in New York, but Sniek is fantastic. You know what's funny too is that OBS recently got an update, but I have not installed it. General good practice is whenever OBS releases any sort of new update, wait a little bit. Make sure it's not going to completely fry your setup first, because I've seen many horror stories from other YouTubers and VTubers who install new OBS updates and then all of their scenes are gone, all of their saved settings are gone, it has all sorts of weird issues, so anyway, I'm waiting. I usually give it like 3 months. So 3 months from now, I'll see if this new update is worth actually doing with OBS, so... Oh, yeah, no, right? It is lovely when OBS just breaks everything. But yeah, I hope y'all are doing well. It has been a crazy week. I finally took some time off. I thank you all for being patient. You all have left so many kind comments. I have not made it through everything. I know I've got comments on the announcement that I was going on break that I still haven't, I haven't like had a time to look through and respond to everyone. I have comments on my post from yesterday that I haven't had a chance to look over, so thank you. I will get around to those as soon as I can, so thank you. I was, as usual, I seem to be incapable of not putting in entirely too much work to these Yumie PowerPoints. So we just casually have 85 slides that we're going to be going through today. But I promise it will be fun. I also seem to be incapable of not turning things into like informational lectures. So this is going to be like part recap of my trip to New York with Bear. And it's also going to be part like travel blog, like me explaining how to travel in New York and suggestions that I have. So anyway, it's gonna be it's just classic Yumie over here. We're gonna go through a bunch of slides. So oh my gosh, and thank you Sky for the super chat. Snick in the city. Damn it, that one's... God, y'all are so good at this. I should have done that. Oh my god, that's fantastic. Oh god. No, you're all good. It's still Sneck in the city. Sneck in the Big Apple. Yeah, for those of you who aren't familiar, New York is also called the Big Apple. So there was a bunch of like apple imagery everywhere on like billboards and random businesses and things like that, which I found deeply funny. There's also like merch stands on almost every single street corner, and they're trying to sell you some sort of like, I went to New York and it was great, like t-shirts and pins and stuff. And a whole bunch of them just had apples on them. Like, I love Apple. And you're like, I'm not sure if people are gonna understand that you're talking about New York, but like, go for it. Oh man. But yeah, I've got so many, oh god, I've got lots and lots and lots of pictures for you folks. Lots and lots of random travel tips and other things. This is actually my second time having gone to New York. So I'm not going to say I'm like super knowledgeable about everything, but I know some things after having been here twice for several days, both times. And yeah, there's a lot of really cool stuff. I am super excited to share it. So I'm gonna get this all pulled up here. So I got my own version of the slides going. So go get your drinks, have some snacks. If you're at work, just enjoy this in the background, get some snacks later. But maybe get yourself a water and let's hop into this. It's time to go over my trip in New York City. Okay, so New York City. I figured as I was putting this together, it was probably worth talking about like what New York City really is, a couple of things to keep in mind with like actually traveling here and existing in this city for any amount of time, and some things that I came to learn after having been here. So yeah. So for those of you who aren't aware, New York City is the biggest city in the United States, and it's actually one of the biggest cities on the planet. Obviously, it pales in comparison to some of like the truly, truly big cities. So like Tokyo and Jakarta, Delhi, Seoul, you know, absolutely like monstrous cities. But it is really big. The metro is kind of gigantic. Like if you count like all of the surrounding suburbs and everything within New York City, there is a lot of people that live there. So it is huge and there is a lot to do there. And hello, for those of you just joining, you're joining at the perfect time. I'm going to be talking about New York and some things to keep in mind with there. So it's a really big city. You'll notice it's comparably sized to some other really gigantic cities like Mexico City and Sao Paulo. There are some things that it shares in common with some of these other big cities. In particular, New York City has a lot of people and not enough streets for those people and all of their cars. And it is super, super crowded all the time. There is traffic everywhere. It's crazy. If you've ever been to a really big city before, this is something you might have encountered while you were there. In particular, I thought this was quite amusing because the first thing I thought of when I was going and traveling about is there's a lot of these GIFs and videos that circulate online of drivers in other big cities around the world. In particular, this GIF right here isn't even from New York. This is actually from India, but it might as well be New York. There's just this thing where if you exist in a city that is big enough and you don't have like enough space for all the cars and the people to actually properly get places, you are going to have cars and people weaving in and out of each other, and all of the cars are going to be right next to each other to the point where it's really uncomfortable. Like in driver's ed, I was taught that you should be like a little bit away from the car in front of you. Those rules, they're out the window in big cities like New York. They're gone. Like traffic laws are more guidelines. The amount of people that I saw just like crossing the street whenever they wanted was absolutely mind-boggling. It was crazy. Oh my God. There was, and just cars don't stop. They just keep going. You just have to like, you pace yourself. You're like, okay, I'm just gonna move at this speed and make sure that this car isn't gonna hit me as I'm crossing the street, which is crazy. So yeah, that's pretty overwhelming. If you are familiar with this from other big cities, this might not be super crazy, but yeah, it's just something to keep in mind as New York is gigantic and there are a ton of cars everywhere. Also, thank you so much for the super chats, y'all. Oh my God, DHK! You're a native New Yorker and you went to Anime NYC this year too! Oh my God! I hope you had a bunch of fun. I wasn't 100% sure if I was going to be going. this time of year is actually really busy at my job, and so I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to take time off, but I was able to get approved for some time, and there was still time for me to grab tickets, so I grabbed stuff. It was kind of like a spur of the moment, actually getting everything organized. I'm so glad that you went too. Well, this is gonna be really fun. I'm excited to see like what you folks ended up checking out while I was here too, and we'll see if I give a sort of best as possible representation of New York, both the good and the bad. Because there's a lot of good things about the city, and there's a lot of things to keep in mind as well. God, that's so cool. I'm so happy that some of y'all went too. Oh, this is so great. Okay, alrighty. So anyway, traffic laws are more guidelines for cars and for people. It's kind of wild. There's certain parts of the city where they just have cops that are just stationed at particular really busy traffic lights in order to make sure that cars don't stop in the middle of the road. Because otherwise people will just like forge forward and just be stuck in the middle of the road as a light turns green, and then they completely block the oncoming traffic, and then everyone is honking and everyone's upset. What cracks me up the most, though, is that even with some of the traffic police trying to actually guide people, I would say they had like a 50% success rate. Like half the time people would just drive and just not care. They would just... I once saw at an intersection we were going through where this lady was trying to direct people through, and she was just yelling, one at a time, one at a time. And in response, 3 cars at the same time just launched forward and started all turning into a 1-lane area. 3 cars, 3 of them. I don't know, man. New York is wild. So anyway, traffic laws, more guidelines than anything. And even when they have people who are specifically tasked with trying to make sure that things aren't crazy, it's still crazy. So yeah. So there's a couple of ways to get around in the city. It kind of depends on what you are comfortable with, as well as what you're able to navigate. So New York does have a pretty extensive subway system. It's pretty reliable as well. Like, it runs pretty quickly. There's a lot of different stops that you can do all throughout the city. It's all underground, so you have to go below ground, and then there's ways to go from there. One thing I will say, there are some things to keep in mind with the subway system in New York. It's kind of a running joke at this point, but New York has a bit of a problem. Oh, I'm sorry, my sweater is blocking this. Let me, there you go. You can kind of see the word. New York does have a lot of rats. Just kind of like chilling. They're just kind of hanging out. You will see them most prominently in the subway, but they can sometimes be on the surface as well. It's actually such a gigantic meme that there's an entire Wikipedia page just about this. Just titled Rats in New York City. So yeah, they're a bit of an icon. If you do use the subways and you see a rat, don't feed them. Please don't go and interact with them. Rats carry a lot of diseases, and like, if you leave them alone, they'll be fine, but like, don't encourage them. That's all I'm trying to say. So, you know, also don't be like too surprised if you see them, I guess, is what I'm trying to get across. Don't be alarmed, I guess. They're there. There are plenty of like hotlines that you can call to like report that there are rats, because obviously they don't want them there, but it's they're kind of permanent residents at this point. They're kind of there. Also, Alex, thank you for the super chats. Imagine the Gourmet Research Club in the Big Apple. God, I think that they would absolutely love it here. I'm very excited to talk with you about a bunch of the fun things here. But yes, no, I agree. There's no way that you'll be driving your white Nissan in this crazy city. I don't think that Saya is among the rats, but I didn't check. So, you know, given how many there were, I'm sure she was hiding amongst them. But yeah, so anyway, that's just kind of a heads up. If you ride the subway, that is the most likely to find rats. You might not see any rats. There might not be any there, but just if you do see them, don't feed them. Don't go near them. Just don't do it. I've seen so many videos online of people being like, oh, I fed this rat a slice of pizza and look how excited it was. I'm like, you morons, what are you doing? Why are you that close to the rat? Why are you feeding the rat? And this is coming from someone, listen, I think rats are adorable. I think rats are super funny. I actually had 2 pet rats when I was growing up. I don't know that I've talked about that before, but they're super cute. They're like the right size for like perching on your shoulder and just like hanging out and having a good time. But even I'm not gonna go up and feed the rats in the subway, so don't do it, okay? Don't feed the rats. This was your snack PSA. Don't feed the rats. Moving on from the rats in the subway. So, there's also an extensive bus system. The buses are actually pretty impressive in New York. Public transport is kind of a problematic thing in the United States. There's a lot of cities that just have really terrible public transport. There's just not a lot of options. It's very difficult to use. The unfortunate thing about the bus system in New York is, like a lot of bus systems in the United States, it's a little irregular. So just be really conscientious if you're going to use it. Like, be careful to keep an eye on timetables as well as like where buses are actually going to show up. It's kind of important to stay on top of that. So yeah, if that's something you're going to do, like, totally go for it. Use regular bus precautions, like any sort of like public transport precautions, like be safe, you know, hold on to your valuables and all that stuff. But like, by and large, the buses are pretty safe. Like, I know there's a lot of fears about like, oh, public transportation is like not as safe as other things, but like, I don't know. I think that like, take regular precautions and you should be okay. But obviously if you ever feel unsafe, like, it's okay to go out and like walk or take a cab or something instead. So Snack survival guide to New York City. It's true. All the rats in New York are not enough to amount to dupes of Saya that Arona has given. Saya does seem to be, I don't know what it is. She just really likes showing up in polls. Oh God, man, that's wild to hear too. Like, that's the thing. Like, it doesn't just have to be, I'm reading through some of your comments about like living in cities and having to deal with rough parking and rough city streets. It's not just a big city thing to have like crazy traffic and weird, you know, people just following guidelines instead of traffic laws. But yeah, my condolences to those of you who have to live near really busy areas or parking lots or other things. It can get kind of hectic. And yeah, a lot of New York is just very, very busy. I'm very glad they do have ways to get around that aren't just cars. Like, the subway and the bus system are good to use, if you do have the ability to use them. You're rolling the dice with driving in New York. Yeah, it's one of those things that I don't think I personally would ever want to drive myself, because it takes a very particular like type of mindset to successfully drive in New York. Which actually, we're gonna hop into that right now. So unfortunately for our trip, a lot of the places that we wanted to visit just were not nearby reasonably a lot of the subway and bus lines. So we ended up having to use cabs and Lyft in order to get around, which is expensive. Not an ideal way to do things. You also have to deal with traffic, which, oh boy, there is a lot of it. But the places we needed to go were just too far to reasonably walk, and it would be very, very long and difficult to get there. If we had gone with other forms of public transportation. I think that's kind of uncommon. It seems like it's fairly easy to get around New York generally with other forms of transport, but because I had to do this, I could tell you a lot about it. So the real answer for transport is to take a helicopter whenever possible. Oh God. Yeah, I almost wonder, I feel like helicopters would probably be as expensive as using cabs and Lyft, because dear God, it does get a lot. Oh God, magical, it was $220 round trip in and out of the city with Uber. Yeah, so, that is the thing. If you actually have to call cabs or Lyft when you're in New York, it is going to cost you an arm and a leg. It is a lot of money, which is not great. In addition, there's some considerations to make about if you do actually have to call a cab or a Lyft, which if you're coming from the airport, you probably will have to. But there's a couple of different pros and cons to each of them. So, cabs, the drivers are much better paid because they're paid on a meter. So like they're paid per like how long you're in the cab, if that makes sense. So if they have to drive you much further away, they're gonna get paid much better. And a lot more of that proportionally goes to the cab driver. So that's good. Positive. Absolutely positive. The negative, just like the rats, it is a bit of a meme that cab drivers in New York City are terrible, 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 terrible drivers. Like, I don't want to just resort to stereotyping, but I have ridden in several cabs. I have read extensive things online and heard accounts from other people, so I know it's not just me that had this problem. But like, there is this strange mentality specifically for New York cab drivers where they feel entitled to the road, like they should have the right of way at all times, and that makes them drive absolutely insanely. Like when Bear and I were picked up from the airport, oh, I just realized I forgot to put in a slide about this, but I'll just weave it into this story too. So we flew into the airport. We were looking at prices between cabs and Lyft, and it seemed like the price of the cab was going to be slightly less. And also, given the fact that the drivers are better paid, we're like, that's a win-win. We won't have to, you know, pay our entire arm and leg. In order to get to our hotel, and the driver's actually going to make a lot of money off of this, so that's good. So we called a cab. The cab driver, as soon as we sat in the car, immediately took off, like did not ask where we needed to go whatsoever, and just started driving. And to be fair, I've been in cabs where that has happened, and normally how that works is the cab driver will be like, hey, where are you going? And then you'll pass along your info. And a lot of times cab drivers, just the general culture as well as like the type of people who tend to work as cab drivers, they have really extensive knowledge of the cities they work in. They, of course, will often use like Google Maps and other driving software for that. But a lot of them just like know the cities super well. They'll know ways to get around a lot easier or shortcuts to get to places. So a lot of times when I've hopped in cabs and a driver has taken off, I'm like, okay, yeah, so here's where I'm going. They're like, got it, totally know where we're going. And then they'll take off from there. This person, this person was just like starting to drive, and they're like, okay, where are you going? And I'm like, okay, so here's where we're going. We're going to this hotel, you know, in this part of the city. And they're like, what? Where is that? And I'm like, oh, well, it's here. It's this address. And they're like, this address. And as they are talking, this cab driver is swerving all over the road. They're hitting the brakes to turn back and look at us as they're swerving. They're taking up 2 lanes. And again, we're still at the airport. Like, there are people who are behind us trying to leave. And this cab driver is just swerving between lanes and stopping randomly as people are trying to leave behind us this entire time, just being like, what? I'm not familiar with that area. And I'm like, okay, can you like punch it into an app or something? And like I repeat the address for like the 3rd time, and they're like, oh, okay, 39th Street, sure. And then they just start driving off. So that was a little terrifying. But not only that, but like as we were going, like we hit crazy traffic. And this was, I think this was like a little bit after lunch, so I was kind of attributing it to like a lunch rush hour, but it was really odd. Like it felt like we just kept hitting all of the busiest places possible. There was no rhyme or reason to where we were going. And so at some point I just kind of pulled out my phone and I was just looking through like directions from the airport to our hotel. And this cab driver had just like not even bothered to look up traffic conditions or bothered to look up like where was the best way to get to this place. They were just like, oh, I'm just gonna vaguely make my way over to Manhattan and then I'm just gonna like go from there. So it added like 20 extra minutes onto our trip. And again, because cab drivers are paid by the meter, like how long you're in the cab, it ended up being more expensive for us to take a cab than it would have been for Lyft. Like, because we ended up hitting all of this random traffic because he didn't look up another way to go. Oh, and here's the thing. I have heard that cab drivers have done this. I have been very lucky. I have never had this happen before. I have always had very, like, knowledgeable and kind cab drivers who are just, like, doing their jobs, like, getting through the day, and they're just like, yep, I'm gonna go this way, and oh, I'm gonna take this shortcut and everything, but no. But yes, so after this, the unfortunate conclusion we came to is that the cab drivers were just going to try and squeeze as much money out of us as possible and make us late to everything. So we unfortunately had to resort to using Lyft. We did use Lyft for the rest of the trip, which was unfortunate because Lyft and Uber workers are not paid well. They are not paid well at all. They are what are considered gig workers, where they're essentially contractors. They like don't have permanent benefits. Uber and Lyft drains as much money as they can out of the workers, and it's so frustrating. So I did not want to use Lyft or Uber if at all possible, but unfortunately, I came to the conclusion that I was just going to have to do what I could, try to tip people as much as I could, so that they could get paid for the work that they were doing, because more than anything, they actually followed the traffic guidelines. Once we started using Lyft, because they don't feel like they own the road, and, you know, I don't know, they're not cab drivers. They actually largely followed the traffic guidelines. So that was good. I didn't feel quite so terrified that, like, we were just randomly swerving in and out of lanes, and that we were just gonna end up getting rear-ended by someone. So anyway, yeah. You know, that is the thing. It does suck. So we ended up, the first time that I ever came to New York, I think that we flew into JFK. But this time we actually flew into LaGuardia. And I have to say, I was going to make a whole slide about this because this airport just breaks my brain. The way that it's spelled is La, so L-A, and then Guardia is spelled like Guardia, so Guardia. And I understand that I shouldn't be thinking of how guard is pronounced in English, but every time I see that airport's name, it just hurts my brain. I want to say it LaGuardia because, like, I keep thinking that's how it should be pronounced, but it's LaGuardia. So anyway, that hurt my brain a lot. I kept having to listen to, like, people at the airport calling it LaGuardia, and I don't know why that broke my brain so much. So I kept wanting to call it LaGuardia, but it's not how it's pronounced. So anyway, yeah, I completely agree, y'all. It does suck. Like, if you are new to an area and if you're particularly unlucky It's very easy for cab drivers to take advantage of that. And I was deeply sad about that, because I want to support people if they have to drive me through the hellish traffic city. God knows it's rage-inducing. I kind of get why everyone, I don't know, all of the cab drivers and the Lyft drivers and pretty much everyone driving, it feels like it would just instill like an almost permanent state of rage, just because it's so frustrating getting around this city. So yeah, it's not great. You know, if I'm being totally honest, my plan was to look up what LaGuardia was named after, and then this presentation got so long. I lost control of the scope of this, and so I didn't actually look it up. In fact, probably what we could do real quick. Let's do it. Let's look it up. LaGuardia Airport. What is it named after? Let's go see. It's named after a former city mayor, Fiorello LaGuardia. So there you have it. It's the last name of a mayor from the 1920s and 1930s. And to this day, it confuses snake ladies everywhere as they travel through it. And they get very, very confused. Oh, man. Okay. All right. So, I know I was gonna say, I'm so glad, DHK, you're like our resident fact checker on like half of the shit that I'm saying, so thank you. I'm glad that I'm at least getting some of this right, based on my very limited time spent in New York, so that's good. I'm hoping that I don't horribly misrepresent your city here, because here's the thing, so like, there's a lot of wild shit that is in New York, but there's a lot of good things too. A couple other really quick things I did want to mention. If you ever visit New York, and again, this is if you have not been to a really big city before. If you have, this might just be familiar to you, but New York City is really, really loud. Like, way, way louder than any other city that I have ever been in. There are almost constant car honking and sirens, like just as people are making their way around. Like car honking is almost like a love language between drivers when they're making their way around here. People just angrily honking as people just do the wildest things I've ever seen. Like just completely pulling across multiple lanes, just with no hesitation to cut off like an ambulance. I don't understand. How would they do this? So this cracks me up. I found this sign when I was looking up some way to represent the car honking. Apparently, for a very brief period of time, they tried to enforce that there was a $350 penalty for people honking in New York. You can probably imagine how well that went over. People just like didn't care. They just continued to honk just as much. So they just finally took down the signs because, you know, it was a nice effort, I guess. But like, I don't understand what they thought they would accomplish. It's everyone. It's kind of like, in the United States, in a lot of areas, it's illegal to jaywalk. Jaywalking is when you cross a street but not at an official crossing. So like if you cross in the middle of a street, that's considered jaywalking. And in a lot of United States cities, that is illegal. And if a cop ever sees you doing it, they will run after you and fine you a stupid amount of money. They definitely don't have annoying feelings about that. I don't know. I feel like laws against jaywalking don't always help prevent it. But anyway, I don't know if there are laws against jaywalking in New York, but if there are, there's no way they're enforced. Everyone just walks. Like, no one cares. People will walk across red lights. Like, if they see there's no cars coming, they just start moving. Even if there are cars moving, they'll start moving. It's crazy. Okay, that's actually good to hear. I highly suspected that a lot of other places had jaywalking laws too. They're very harsh in some of the areas that I have lived. It's a thing that, like, I don't know, I'm not going to go off on a tangent about this. Let's just say it's a way for some cities to artificially make money off of people walking across a road. I don't like that very much. But anyway, I'm gonna stop talking about that before I go on a tangent. So New York City is very loud. Lots of car honking and sirens. The reason why I'm bringing this up is this is the case during the night as well. So if you are going to stay in New York and you're someone who is not used to this, I would probably suggest bringing something to help you sleep, like earplugs, or like a white noise machine, or just like something that will block out the sounds from outside. Because otherwise it might be difficult to fall asleep or stay asleep. While we were staying there, just like almost like on the hour, there would be some like, I don't know, group of cars that would start angrily honking at each other. Police sirens would be going in the middle of the night. I cannot for the life of me understand why. And anyway, yes. Yeah, you know what? Also true. Noise canceling earbuds or headphones are also fantastic. Dohi Wario, the way to get around jaywalking laws is to jaywalk faster to not get caught. I think that's just the New York way. Just jaywalk very quickly. And if everybody does it at once, then like the cops can't go after everyone. So yeah, anyway, I find that to be deeply funny. I actually, during my trip, I didn't use the subway. I was hoping that I would be able to, because it's kind of one of the best ways to get around the city. But the places we were going to, they were far enough away from the subway that we still would have had to walk for a while, so we kind of just walked. We just walked a lot of places. Bear walked, and I slithered alongside. Bear has really long legs. It's really hard to keep up. Sometimes I have to like pull on him to be like, slow down. I'm falling behind. I can't move as quickly as you can. And he'll be all, he'll be extremely apologetic and be like, I'm sorry, I was just moving at a normal speed. I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm so slow. But yeah, we ended up walking most places. And then whatever places we couldn't get to, like airports and things like that, we used Lyft and then cab. Exactly once. And then never again. You know, that's actually a great question. Is it jaywalking if I'm a snake? I don't know. Maybe this is my loophole. I'm sorry, officer. I was slithering. I can't be jaywalking. I'm slithering on the ground. Anyway, good day to you. Snake walking, jay slithering. Don't tell them. They'll make a new law about it, and then I won't be able to do it. Oh man. No, one other thing that I thought was kind of funny when we were there, I don't know why this in particular got me so bad, but also my apologies, give me 1 second. I'm gonna briefly make this a little smaller because then you can actually read this. Okay, so something that I don't know why this is the case, and this could be the case in surrounding cities as well, but in New York City, everyone had their car windows either all the way down or partially rolled down. And it was like winter there, right? Like it's not nearly as cold as it is here, but like it's starting to get kind of chilly, but everyone just has their windows cracked. The reason I bring this up in this section is that when we were driving around, because everyone has their windows down, you can hear everyone's conversations. Like we were just hanging out, like Bear and I were chatting in the car as we were making our way to our hotel, and then all of a sudden I can hear two people in the car next to us just really loudly talking with each other, and it freaked me the hell out because like I'm like, where in the hell is that coming from? And I'm like, oh my god, it's because our car windows are down. This is probably very telling about the type of climate that I live in, because it is always terrible weather where I live. The thought that people would ever roll down their windows kind of blows my mind. Like, I can't stop thinking about, like, what about if there's like rain that suddenly happens, or snow? Are you not worried about that? Or like, what if it's super windy? Then your ears are gonna get all upset because the pressure in your car just suddenly changes. I guess it's not the pressure, but I don't know if I've been in cars before where the windows are rolled down as like really heavy winds come by, and I don't know, it just kind of rattles your brain a little bit. You know, that is true. It was actually really nice outside during the days of the con, but even at night when it got a little chillier, everyone still had their windows down. Like, I don't know, it's very different from where I live, so I figured I'd note it because it just blew me away. It's very different from a place where it just rains torrentially and there's too much snow and other things, so everyone has their car windows up. In fact, I think I've seen like 1 or 2 people with their car windows down and they get scolded by people like, what are you doing? You could get insects inside. Roll up your windows. But yeah, no one really cares in New York. If it's nice weather, you roll your windows down and you just kind of vibe with it. Like, you can hear everyone else's music and everyone else's conversations, and like, you know, that is honestly very reassuring to hear that in winter you all have the car windows closed. I would be concerned if that was not the case. That's good. I'm glad to hear that. But yeah, I don't know, there was something kind of nice about it where like you were able to see, I don't know, like it just feels like a nice vibe as you're going through the city where like you can kind of hear everything that's going on. But sometimes it's bad if there's really loud honking or like sirens and stuff. But otherwise you just get to listen to the city as you're driving around. So yeah, I thought that was kind of nice. Oh, do they talk like mobsters? No, they do not. I have heard, so here's the thing. There are like some very heavy New York accents that I heard while I was there. But yeah, no, there's something that's pretty wild about New York, which is a very big selling point for me personally, is that you get people from all over the world. So most people you'll talk to, if they don't have like a New York accent, they'll have an accent from like somewhere else in the United States or somewhere else in the world, which is pretty cool. So you're gonna hear a lot of different accents while you're here. But yeah, no, there definitely is that thought when you come here of like, oh, am I gonna hear a heavy New York accent? Yes, you definitely will. I actually heard the heaviest, least understandable accents from some of the police officers that were trying to direct traffic. So I have to imagine some of that is because people have to like shout really loudly in order to get everyone's attention. But yeah, but yes, good question. Oh man. But yeah, so why visit New York City? These are a lot of things to keep in mind as far as it's very, very busy. There's a lot of people. There's a ton of traffic everywhere. It can get very, very loud. Some people will tell you that you should visit New York to go and visit the sights. Go to Times Square for New Year's. Go visit the Statue of Liberty. Go watch, you know, a show or something in town and go see the Empire State Building. They had all these buses that were tour buses going around where you just stare at the city from inside of a bus. And here's the thing, not to dismiss this, these are pretty cool things that you can do, but I think this is incorrect. I think there are much better reasons to go to New York City than to just stare at large buildings, because there are large buildings, and there are big celebrations, and there are a lot of people. But y'all, the food here, oh my god, it's incredible. Like, you should come to New York for the food. All over the place. It's so fantastic. So New York City has so much good food. There are lots and lots of different cultural districts with both traditional food, which is very, very authentic to the regions that it's coming from, as well as fusion dishes, either with American food or with other cultures. I bring this up with these pictures here because everything that I'm currently showing on screen, these are all pictures from New York. So you can already see that, like, there are many, many, many different cultures that are represented in New York City. There are a ton of good food places to go and check out. You will often show up in places and there will be things that are not in English. There's actually Italian in this middle picture, which is fantastic. Like, there is so much to explore in this city. And like 4 days is just not enough to do all of it, but Bear and I did our best. We tried to do our best. We actually spent a huge amount of time in New York City's Chinatown because we really like a lot of Chinese food. So we hit that up first. But before I hop into that, I should talk about some things that you should know. If you are unfamiliar with New York City as a whole, like, there are some things besides just different cultural districts that New York is also famous for. But yeah, indeed, you are correct. There are a lot of immigrants that come to New York City, and they end up settling in different parts of the city. There's a lot of things to talk about as far as the way that the city is set up, where things are they do tend to fall into districts, which is not always the case in other parts of the world. But it does make it so that if you want to have a particular type of cuisine, you're generally going to find it in certain parts of the city. And there are a lot of different cuisines that are represented. So yeah, let me talk about a bunch of these different places, as well as things that are specific to New York. Before we hop into this though, I'm gonna really quickly have a drink because it's almost been an hour, so I can't believe I've already spent almost an hour talking about this. So everyone, get your drinks, hydrate up, and then we'll hop more into this food. Good water. It's something, I don't know, I think something that I have appreciated a lot, and obviously it's not perfect, but I think that by and large, the history of the United States has been really open to a lot of different cultures and immigrants coming here and setting up shop. Obviously, across the United States, you do have, like, Americanization of certain foods, but like, it's kind of its own brand new thing, right? Like, I tend to think of some of those as fusion, essentially. Like, they're a brand new take on food that has made it to America. The thing about New York is that you actually do have a lot of food that is very authentic for different cultures. Like, a lot of people have brought things, either family recipes or things from their original home countries to New York. And then they have integrated and created restaurants and created communities. And I love that you can go and try out so many different things that you might not be able to try out otherwise, especially given how many different cultures are represented in New York City. It's kind of incredible that you can walk from one district to the next and actually find food that would have been on the opposite side of the planet from each other. I think that's so cool. And obviously New York is not alone in this. There's plenty of other cities that do this. But I think that New York is really fantastic at the way that they embrace a lot of different cultures, embrace a lot of different foods. I think it's really cool. This is definitely my foodie brain talking, but I kind of love that. So yeah, it's good. So in addition to food from all over the world, New York City does actually have some things that I would consider to be specialties, that they've kind of made their own thing. So you have a lot of more authentic dishes, and then you have fusion dishes, but then you've got what I would consider to be like New York dishes. And obviously they're inspired from other places, As immigrants came to New York City, they brought expertise from different areas, and it's originating from other places. But they've kind of made it their own, which I think is really cool. Something really famous that folks may have heard of is New York style pizza. It is enormous, like gigantic, huge circles of pizza. They tend to be really flat, and yet they're really crispy on bottom still, which is kind of incredible. Like, a lot of the pizza that I had there, it wasn't really soggy on the bottom, which is, that's incredible. That's so good. So they tend to be largely flat, but they have like a nice ratio of cheese and spices. You'll often have, depending on where you get them in the city, they might be coal-fired, meaning that you cook them in a coal-fired oven. But a lot of times they'll just use a regular pizza oven for them. But you get a lot of nice, like, charcoal and burnt bits to them that are really tasty. But yes. Clay. Enormous. That looks normal to me. Here's the thing. Well, this style of pizza has become very popular across North America. It has also spread to many other places as well. Because it is a great way to get a lot of food fairly cheaply. So something that I have learned from my time in New York is one of the best ways to eat this type of pizza is you actually want to fold the pizza. I found some of these great pictures online to illustrate this, which was really good. The pizza is so big that if you just try to eat it, like holding it like just in your hand, it's kind of gonna flop all over the place, which is not ideal. So like fold it, like take it and fold it, just like this. I actually love this method of eating pizza so much that I kind of do this with all pizza that I eat now. It's really, really good. It's just like the optimal way to do it. You just take the pizza, you fold it in half like that, and then you eat it. And it's good. It's also great because then you make sure that the toppings don't fall off of the pizza too. Like if you've ever picked up a slice of pizza and then like all of the toppings kind of start tumbling off, if you actually eat it like this, you have a much better chance of it not all falling off. And that is fantastic. I'm so sorry. I'm just making everyone hungry. I'm not gonna lie, when I was making all of these slides, I was struggling. I was so hungry. I made sure that I had dinner right before this so that I'm actually feeling full, but I'm sure that by the end of this, that's gonna wear off and then I'm just gonna want more pizza in my face again. Oh, but yes. You do not have to use a knife and fork. Just use your hands, pick up the pizza, fold it, stick it in your mouth. It's very good. A very, very tasty pizza. In addition to this, something that is also pretty famous to New York, but obviously is not just a thing that's from New York, it just tends to be associated with it, are bagels and lox. So this is something that has come from a lot of Jewish immigrants to the city, and it is so good. It's so tasty. For those of you who aren't familiar, lox is essentially another word for smoked salmon, but it's very thinly cut in these little sheets. So a lot of bagels from New York, you'll have probably entirely too much cream cheese. Just absurd amounts of cream cheese on this bagel. And then you can put on some lox, which is this smoked salmon. And then I've seen a bunch of places also put capers on them. This particular picture that I got from the web shows it with some onions, but most places I saw didn't have onions. They just kind of rolled with the lox. It's quite good. It's very tasty. You don't have to get lox on your bagels. You can just get them with cream cheese. It's really impressive though. There's a lot of places in New York that make their own bagels. So they're not ordering them from other places, they're making them in-house. So they are very fresh. You can roll into a lot of bagel places and they'll be just freshly baked bagels that you can eat and consume, and they're very, very tasty. I'm a big fan. So yes, bagels are very, very good. If you ever come to New York, you should try to hit up at least a bagel shop. They're very tasty, and I think you will enjoy them. There's a lot of other New York specialties as well. Hot dogs is something that I saw folks mentioning earlier in the stream, which is very true. There's a lot of hot dog stands that are all over the place here. It's also New York style cheesecake is also a thing that's very, very tasty. So yeah, lots of things. I figured I'd shout these two out though, because these are my personal favorites. So I'm a little biased. They're very, very good. I think New York hot dogs, they're just kind of ubiquitous. They're everywhere. I don't know that they're, I don't know. I struggled with putting them on the list because if I'm being totally honest, I don't really like hot dogs very much. It's one of the few things that I don't really like. I don't like the preservative taste that's in them. It's kind of bizarre. Whatever they use to cure them, I'm not the biggest fan of. So we did not have any hot dogs while I was in New York. So I unfortunately cannot comment on what makes them particularly different or good. But for anyone who does like hot dogs, I have heard that they are very tasty in New York. I just unfortunately do not like them myself. I know it's sacrilege, it's heresy. As someone from the United States, I will be dragged out into the street for such a comment. Let me tell you, growing up, it was a very unpopular opinion that I did not like hot dogs. No. Oh, Silver Rhonda, my heart is broken. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to disappoint you all with this. I promise I'll make up for it with other, hopefully good food decisions. I do like hamburgers a lot. I think hamburgers are really good. It's a very American, I guess dish, national treasure. But unfortunately I don't like hot dogs. Anyway, that's actually a fantastic question, Omnia. I actually really do like sausages. They're really, really good. I think that's probably some of like the German snake blood in me, but I do really like grilled sausages. They're very good. They're very tasty. I like them either plain or you can have mustard on them. They're very, very good. But yeah, it is very good. You know, it's actually a good question. I would not be surprised if hamburgers came out of Germany. America has kind of adopted it as like one of our national foods. But I do believe it came from elsewhere. It was not something that was created in the United States. But yes, so these are the large food things, I'd say, like specialties from New York. If you're ever going to come here, definitely get some bagels and definitely get some pizza. And then as far as anything else that you want, there's so many different types of food that you can try. It is worth going and checking out whatever you can. So it is very, very good. Okay. Now, what you all have been waiting for. I've talked a lot about the types of food that you can get here. I've talked a lot about my thoughts about how food in New York is fantastic. I actually have a lot of pictures to share with you. Because Bear and I went on our own little food tour throughout New York. We ordered as much stuff as we could in as many places as we could, trying to check out whatever we could. And yeah, reports are very, very good. Everything was fantastic, and I'm very excited to share with you all of the things that we tried out. It was very, very good. So yeah, the first thing I want to talk about, we'll return to the dim sum, which I absolutely loved. It was so good. It was absolutely fantastic. One of the first places that we tried to hit up is Kat's Delicatessen. It's something that is very famous even outside of New York. It's something that I had really been wanting to check out, and Bear was on it, like immediately looking up how we could get to this place and what we would need to do in order to actually get in. We showed up at exactly the right time, like just before noon. So the lunch crowd hadn't shown up yet. We were able to get in, get our food, head out, and then there was a line out the door behind us. So if you're ever going to go to Cat's Deli, make sure that you show up early if you're going to show up for lunch, and make sure you show up early if you're going to show up for dinner. But if you do get in, it is fantastic. So this is a pastrami sandwich, which I've got a zoomed in look at this. This is what Bear got. It was so good. It was just pastrami with bread and with mustard, but it was unbelievable. Like the meat melted in your mouth. It was so damn good. And then I got some latkes. I'm a very big fan of latkes. They're very tasty. They also had some matzo balls that I saw after we were leaving, and I'm like, damn it, I should have gotten that. I should have gotten that. I should have gotten latkes and matzo balls. But yeah, latkes are fantastic. These came with applesauce and sour cream, which is just fantastic. Love it. Absolutely love it. So yeah, they were very, very good. They're also gigantic. Like, I don't know, I talk a big game about being able to eat anything else after the latkes, but it was a lot of food. But yeah, no, the pastrami sandwich was absolutely gigantic, to the point where afterwards even Bear was like, that was probably like like a meal and a half. Like, he was wondering if maybe he should have just gotten half a sandwich and something else to go along with it. But yeah, then we also got some New York cheesecake and some pickles to go along with it. The cheesecake was fantastic. It was extremely tasty, and the pickles were very good. Just these gigantic pickles that we just had on the side. Oh, it was really good. Oh, yes, thank you all for asking. Bear did indeed survive. Thank you for asking. There was such a, like, look at how big this sandwich is, y'all. God damn. It was also really nice because as we came in, the way that they do it is that they hand you a ticket, and then you'll go up to whatever counter you want, either sandwiches or food cooked on the grill, and then you'll present your ticket and just ask for whatever it is that you're looking for. And as we were waiting for them to fill things out and to get all the food prepared, they actually gave us some samples to try while we were waiting. So we got to eat some of the pastrami just while we were hanging out in line. Oh, it was good. Pastrami is very good. So yeah, anyway, Cat's Deli, highly recommended. But if you're going to check it out, make sure that you show up early. You cannot show up after noon, or you're going to be sitting in a line forever. So if you show up for dinner, you should probably show up before 4. And if you show up for lunch, show up before noon. But it was fantastic. It was very, very good. The next thing, which you all saw from the intro, was dim sum. We had a couple of places we were looking at, but Golden Unicorn was in our neck of the woods, and it had a lot of good reviews, and a lot of, in particular, the dim sum that they offered was at any time of day, which was good because we were going to be at the con for most of the morning hours, so that was going to be really difficult to actually swing in for a morning dim sum. So yeah, it was really, really good. We had this for dinner and it was fantastic. So yeah, let me walk you through everything here because it was so damn good. So these, they referred to as phoenix claws. They're chicken feet that have been braised in, I think it was a black bean sauce. They were so damn good. Oh my god, they were so damn good. And probably what I will say is if you ever order chicken feet, they are a little difficult to eat. I kind of went like, not like full goblin snake mode with them. I tried to use my chopsticks for the first little bit, like trying to, you know, look like a respectable snake lady. I kind of broke down and just used my hands at the end though, particularly since they still have all the bones in there. I don't know, Bear was able to eat everything just fine with his chopstick. I was not I was not so good with it, so I just used my hands. But yeah, it's a very unique texture to them because it is the feet of the chicken, so they're a little more tricky to eat, but they're very tasty, and the sauce that goes with them is very, very good. Okay, I'm actually very relieved to hear some of you saying that using my hands was all right. Everyone who was there seemed totally chill with it. I was struggling, and I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna use my hands, I think. I'm just gonna do that. I think it will help. And for those of you who will pass on chicken feet, ain't nothing wrong with that. Totally respectable. But for those of you who are interested, I can vouch that they are very, very tasty. It's no respect to the chicken feet to eat them with chopsticks. Honestly, I was so impressed with Bear. I was like, how are you doing that? And he's like, I think the conclusion was that the chopsticks were more meant for larger hands. I have very small hands, and it was just not working. Every time I tried to go specifically for the chicken feet, it just was not working. So anyway, I used my hands instead. But yes, phoenix claws, chicken feet, absolutely fantastic. I'm very happy that y'all agree with me that cavemanning it was the appropriate thing to do there. But yeah, so those were absolutely fantastic. We also had some shrimp dumplings, which were, so good. Oh, they were so good. I don't know. I'm kind of a big fan of dumplings in general. But yeah, these were really tasty. I loved them so much. At some point, I don't know, it would be really cool to figure out how to actually make these types of dumplings. But I imagine that will take a lot of practice. So yeah, gonna have to work towards that. Clay! Snack Overlord now eats Phoenix. Our Overlord grows stronger every day. That's what I'm saying, man. You gotta go to New York. Then you can also attain this power. You can also have Phoenix claws. The other thing too is, depending on where you live, if you just go to like a place that will actually serve you chicken feet, like definitely you should check it out. They're very tasty. I was a big fan of them. And yes, the next on our list are the sesame balls. I love sesame balls. They're so good. Like, they're like almost impossibly good. I feel like I've never had a sesame ball that I've disliked, but these sesame balls were very, very good. Super pleased with these. Absolutely fantastic. You always get sesame seeds everywhere when you're eating these, but it doesn't matter. You just accept that you've got some casualties. You're gonna have some sesame seeds that don't quite make it. They're gonna fall on your plate or on the table, but you still just continue eating the sesame balls because they're so good. Oh, yeah, they are the most calorific snacks. This is true. We tried to offset a lot of this by doing a lot of walking and slithering. And no, to those of you who are arriving, no worries at all. I'm just talking about the food. I haven't even gotten to the convention yet, so you're always arriving on time, no matter when you show up. And you can always go check out the VOD for me rambling about random things about New York as well from earlier. Okay, I'm getting distracted. Next, melon balls. These were something I had never tried before. And they were absolutely insanely good. The outer layer had a melon flavor to it, and the inside was filled with black sesame paste. I'm actually generally a little ambivalent about black sesame. I think it's okay, but I'm not always sold on it in certain things that I've had. These, though, these were super good. These were, I don't know what they did, if they doctored their black sesame paste or if it just went really well with the melon on the outside, but it was fantastic. It felt like a really nice, like, sweet, savory combination. They actually described it on the menu as the melon balls being bitter. I'm not sure that I agree with that. I guess there was like a tiny bit of bitterness, but it was more sweet. It was very, very good. Very, very big fan of those. The next thing in the back there, these are some pork buns. They're like the split crack buns where the type of, the type of like flour that they're using for them as their actually shaping everything, it actually will split open when they're baking. So they have these cracked tops and they're very, very good. The dough actually ends up being really fluffy and it has a really great texture when you eat it. And the filling was so good. It was absolutely fantastic. Ooh. And then you all have noticed the custard piglet buns in the back. These were so good. Of all of the things that were on this table, this was actually my favorite. It probably indicates that I had a bit of a sweet tooth for this because they were quite sweet, but they were shaped like little piglets, and then on the inside they had this really sweet custard cream. Oh, it was so good. It was actually so good that Bear is vowing to try and figure out how to make these. He told me no guarantees that they'll look like piglets, but they're going to have custard on the inside, and that's okay. That is perfectly okay if they don't look like little piglets. But I absolutely adored these. And that's saying something because the rest of the things that we had at this place were all fantastic, but I just was obsessed with these. They were so damn good. So yeah, if you ever have the opportunity to have dim sum, a lot of these things I would highly recommend. Honestly, a lot of things on dim sum menu you really can't go wrong with. I think there's just a lot of really tasty things, and the fact that like you can get a bunch of different dishes and try everything out, I think it's fantastic. So yeah, big fan. Really, really good. So yeah, that was our dim sum experience. And then after that, we actually wandered around Chinatown for a while. We checked out a couple of shops, and we also hit up the Taipon Bakery, and we picked up a bunch of baked goods from them, which was so good. Tofree, did you talk down to the piggy before eating it? You know, I kind of felt bad for it. I had to like... I had to eat it quickly because I just looked down at how adorable it was. I'm like, oh God, I'm sorry. You're so tasty, but you're so cute. And so I just tried to eat it as quickly as I could. Oh God, you know, that was one of the few things I was not able to get. There's a lot of food carts and food trucks around the city, a bunch of them selling halal food, and I was not able to try some. There's actually, in the area that Bear and I live, there's a really big Middle Eastern community around here. There's actually a lot of really great shops that we can go and visit. So I generally have a lot of really tasty halal food really close to where I'm at. So I tried to tell myself that it was okay that I didn't have stuff while I was in New York, but I am a little sad that I wasn't able to try it. Ugh, I've heard it's so good. And it was all over the place too, but we had to try out some other places in the interim and just didn't have the chance to do it. But yeah, okay. I'm getting distracted by all of the good food recommendations from y'all. Y'all have such great taste, holy cow. Okay, so the Taipon Bakery, they had a lot of really tasty food. So there were pineapple buns. These are also referred to as like melon pan. They are very, very good. Pineapple buns are some of my favorite things to consume. They're a perfect mix of slightly sweet and savory and very bready, and that is perfect. I absolutely love that. So these were very, very tasty. Big fan. We also picked up this Swiss orange roll, which was very, very tasty. The thing about this is they decided to go a lot heavier with the roll itself as opposed to the cream in the middle. So there definitely were a couple areas. If you ate it from the very edge, it was a little dry, but if you actually made sure to scoop some of the middle cream bit, that ended up being really tasty. Ugh. God, that makes me happy that a bunch of you, I don't know, melon pan is something that I didn't end up having until I was a lot older. I'm very jealous of those of you who had it when you were kids, because it's so damn tasty. It's very, very good. But yeah, even with that being said, with the very outer layer being just slightly too dry, I still think the orange roll was very, very tasty. The thing that I think was the winner, which... You can tell from this picture, it was the egg tart. You can tell we took almost no time in trying this out. Like like, we got back to our hotel room, busted out this bag, ended up eating some stuff, and yeah, the egg tart was, I think, the biggest winner. Again, to the point where Bear is going to try to learn how to make this at some point. So yeah, extremely tasty, to the point where we couldn't help ourselves, and the only picture I was able to get was of a half-eaten one. So yeah, highly recommend. Absolutely fantastic. This particular one, Bear had taken a bite out of. This was the only picture I could get that actually had an egg tart in it. So yeah, very tasty, big fan. And then this I thought was really cool. So in the bottom, this is actually a mooncake. So a lot of the mooncakes that I featured when we talked about the Autumn Harvest Festival, they have a tendency to have like more of a, I guess, like rectangular or like a circular shape to them. Whereas this is a type of mooncake. It's a spiral or 1,000-layer mooncake. And so it's still a mooncake, like this outer layer is still a pastry, and then the inside they still have a filling, and they also had a salted egg yolk in the center of it. And yeah, it was really, really good. It was very different to eat though. A lot of the mooncakes that I've had before, like, because you have the pastry is relatively thin, it's really easy to take a bite and then you get the filling inside pretty quickly. Whereas this, the 1,000-layer mooncake, the outside flaky pastry was really thick. So you kind of had to take a gigantic bite if you actually wanted to get at the filling inside. But it was very good. It was really surprising when I first bit into it, because Bear was explaining to me that it was a mooncake. At the same time, my brain kept thinking, like, there's no way it's gonna taste like a mooncake. Look at how differently it looks. But it did. It totally tasted just like a mooncake. It was quite tasty too. So yeah, this is also another way that mooncakes can look. And it was really fun just to go and actually check it all out. So yeah, big fan. Taipon Bakery makes a bunch of this stuff. There was actually a whole bunch of other things that we wanted to pick up, and we just didn't have the space for it. So yeah, it was very, very good. Okay, next, we went to a Korean restaurant, Hanbat. So this was so damn good. I figured I'd show off 2 pictures from this restaurant. This first picture is of all of the, essentially like the side dishes that they serve at the beginning of a meal. So before they brought out the main dishes, they'll have some side dishes that you can chew on and kind of have before you actually hop into the main dish. And they were all so good. So you've got kimchi, which is pretty classic. Absolutely fantastic. They did a great job. Kimchi is one of those things where if it's your first time having it, because it's a fermented food, it's definitely an acquired taste. I will say the more kimchi you eat, like any fermented food, the more used to it you'll get if it's unfamiliar. But I think kimchi is really tasty. It's very fantastic. Oh God. Oh no, I'm so sorry I'm making you all so hungry. I hope y'all are able to get some food soon. Oh God, I'm so sorry. Oh God, okay. We'll keep talking about food. Hopefully some of y'all are able to get some food. I feel bad. I feel like I'm killing you all. I had the same experience just making these slides. I'm thankfully still pretty full from dinner, but I'm sure that's going to go away at some point soon. So let's keep on going. Okay. And you know, that's actually true. Good kimchi does depend on the maker. If you get, I don't know, there's some kimchi that you can buy at the store that tastes pretty good. I've generally found a lot of kimchi that I've had specifically at Korean restaurants tends to be really good. Obviously that totally depends on where you are and what places you're checking out. But yeah, I would personally highly recommend kimchi. I think it's really tasty. They also served as one of the side dishes. It was a salad of cucumbers that had garlic and some chili oil. Oh, it was so good. Maybe I just really like the combination of like spicy, garlicky things, but it's very good. It's a very good combo of things. The thing that was the absolute winner of this entire side dish lineup, though, was the seasoned seaweed. I had never had this before, but Korean seasoned seaweed is so good. It's, how do I describe this? It's very savory. It's also a little bit sweet. It's insanely tasty. If you ever have the opportunity to try some, you should absolutely do it. Like, it was so good that I wish that I could find a recipe that I could replicate myself. I kind of just demolished this. It was really, really good. So yeah, seasoned seaweed. I'm going to figure out how to make this because I need more of this in my life. In addition, they also had some other really good side dishes. They had some pickled vegetables, which were really, really good. Like really nice and tart, but like refreshing to eat, which was absolutely fantastic. Oh God, yeah, that's actually a good way of putting it. It has a dry, oily texture, which is, I know that's kind of confusing, like, but it's true. Seasoned seaweed is so good. Oh, if you ever have the opportunity, you should absolutely try some. It's very, very tasty. Honestly, all the things here were fantastic. Pickled vegetables were really good. And then they had a potato salad as well, which was really good. It was very creamy, tiny bit sweet, but not overly so. Everything was just really refreshing as we were heading into dinner. So yeah, really a big fan of all of this. And then the actual main courses that we had, Bear had bulgogi, which was extremely tasty. They served everything on these hot plates, so everything stayed really, really warm during the whole meal, which I appreciated as someone who has a tendency to eat slowly. Oh, I have vaguely heard of a shopping app called We. Oh, it's an online grocery? Oh my God. Do they have the seasoned seaweed? Oh, oh my God. This is magical, y'all. I'm checking it out. We. W-E-E. Shopping. Oh, y'all are absolutely fantastic. Dear God. Oh, if I can actually find that seasoned seaweed, that would be amazing. Okay, that's what I'm doing after the stream. Oh my God, thank you all so much. I'm gonna look this up. Oh, bless you. Bless you, beautiful people. Oh my God. Yeah, you know, that is kind of something that I'm planning on doing. After we got back, I'm like, okay, we need to go hit up a Korean market. I need this seasoned seaweed so badly. Every time I tried to look things up online, the recipes I found were kind of vague. So I think that I probably could figure out how to do it myself. I could find a recipe for it. But if I can either like find it in a Korean market or if I can actually get it shipped here, oh, it will be a good day. It will be a good day. But yes, okay, getting back to the main dishes. So bulgogi is absolutely fantastic. This particular version, oh, the meat was really great. They made sure that everything was in really small, really easy to eat portions. I feel like some restaurants that I've gone to that try to do like imitation bulgogi, they end up having really gigantic chunks of meat, which isn't bad, right? Like it still tastes good, but I thought this was very nice. It was quite different from some of the other restaurants I had been to before. And yeah, it was really tasty. And I felt like a lot of the nice sauces and juices ended up mixing in really nicely with the meat. So that was excellent. And then I had spicy squid. I couldn't help myself. It was so good. It was spicy squid and a bunch of other vegetables. I ate it with my rice. It was so good. It was really, really good. No notes, just fantastic. I'm a really big fan of squid. So yeah, this was very, very tasty. And then we each had some soups that came along with our main dishes. So my soup was kimchi stew with pork, which was absolutely fantastic. It also came with some tofu, which, oh, Ooh, that was so good. I don't know. I'm a sucker for tofu. I think it tastes really good. And especially if you have tofu that's stewing in something for a little bit, it'll start to soak up some of the juices. This one hadn't soaked up so much that it was breaking down though, which was good. So yeah, that was really tasty. And then Bear had beef bone soup, which was also very good. Very, very good. Absolutely fantastic. So yeah, that was quite tasty. And then we also had some pork and vegetable dumplings, which were incredible. I think I just like a lot of food, y'all. I really like dumplings a lot, especially if you have a nice sauce to go with them. If they're nice and they're crispy. Ooh, so good. But yes, no, the spicy squid was so good, y'all. It was so tasty. So yeah, overall, it was absolutely fantastic. Loved this restaurant. Had a great time. I felt really bad because this was, I think this was on Friday when we showed up. And we ended up staying at the convention really late. So we showed up to this restaurant around 9 p.m. And it was like right around where they were going to be closing. There was not a lot of other restaurants that were still open around. But everyone was super nice. We made sure to tip them extremely well for having to put up with our tired snake and bear asses as we rolled in to have some Korean food. We tried to eat quickly and get out so that we wouldn't be keeping them any later than they needed to be. Man, there were so many people that were in that restaurant too. Like, I don't know, we showed up and left before some of the other people. So I guess I'm glad we did our part. We didn't keep the wait staff any later than they needed to be. Ugh. So yeah, we tried to eat dinner a lot earlier on all the other nights instead of making our way downtown and then making our way to this restaurant. Oh my god, I'm so jealous of y'all who are able to eat this at home. I feel like Korean food is something that Bear and I haven't dived into too much as far as cooking, because it's been kind of hard to source some of the ingredients in our area. We have a lot of Chinese markets that are in our area, so it's much easier to find that. But as far as any Japanese cooking, Korean cooking, and some other Southeast Asian cooking, it's been a little trickier for us to source some ingredients. But we've been able to order some stuff online and find things. Especially, I'm gonna look up this Wii. Oh my god, y'all are so great. Thank you for passing along the Wii app. I'm so excited to check this out. God, I want to try Korean barbecue so badly. I've actually had Japanese barbecue before. Bear and I went this summer. There was finally a Japanese barbecue place that opened up not too far from like the downtown area of our city, and it was so good, so damn good. And I've heard nothing but good things about Korean barbecue. Now, there was exactly one Korean barbecue place that Bear and I tried to go, but it was ages ago. And it was also a place that was not very well run. So we were not able to like eat a whole bunch while we were there, and we were shuffled out pretty quickly. It was kind of one of those like, I don't know, they were trying to set it up as like a trendy spot, as opposed to focusing on the food being good, which was so sad because I really want Korean barbecue. So anyway, someday I will actually have my dream fulfilled and I'll be able to go have that. You know, I appreciate that. I do need to make sure to skip lunch before I go to a Korean barbecue restaurant. But that was the thing, when we had Japanese barbecue, oh my god, there was a lot of food. Dear god. It all comes out so quickly too, and you have to try and cook it pretty quickly. Yeah, right. I know, this trendy spot. Oh, it's not Korean barbecue. It's just like, it was horrible. Like, we went in, there was barely any food offerings. There were so many issues with all of the stoves that they had. And then they were just trying to shuffle everyone out as quickly as possible. Like, you'd have waiters that would come and hover where you were sitting and like trying to get you to get up and leave. It was so sad. But yeah, I will have to find an actual legitimate Korean barbecue place at some point. I know, right? Korean barbecue, only in name. I completely agree. It was deeply shameful. It was so sad. Man, I had actually forgotten about that until just now. That was many years ago, but that was such a sad, sad experience. I was so excited because that was just not something that was in our neck of the woods. But yeah, unfortunately, it was not to be. Hopefully someday, though, I will be able to try some Korean barbecue. Okay, so fantastic Korean food. I was also able to get some New York style pizza. It was really good. If y'all are ever looking for like good New York pizza, you can kind of find it all over the city. But if you really hunt and you want to find something that's like just the next level up, Funzy's Pizzeria was so damn good. Oh my God. They got the most perfect crust I've ever had on a pizza. The entire bottom was like, oh, it was perfectly crisp. There were just tiny little spots where it had like scorched a bit, but it was tasty. Like, and then, oh, you can see they've grated a little bit of cheese on top. They also heavily seasoned the sauce so that it was really tasty. And then you had a little bit of really good pepperoni that was on the top. I don't know. I could just gush about this pizza. Totally not sponsored by Funzy's Pizzeria. Honestly, when I was putting the slides together, I realized that I ended up like, I don't know, just low-key promoting a bunch of things. Like, none of this is sponsored. I just really, really liked these places. So, anyway, it was really tasty. Very, very big fan. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you really can't go wrong with pretty much any pizza place in New York. They're really damn good. They do a very good job. And we just were in this area and we'd heard that this pizzeria was good, so we figured we'd check it out, and damn if it wasn't fantastic. Oh my God. So yeah, very big fan. But you don't have to make your way here. You can just pick up like dollar pizza places all over the city and they're gonna be fantastic. Oh, it was very good, y'all. So we also went to a bagel joint on our way to the convention one day. And these are actually stock photos. These aren't pictures that I took because I was so ravenous. I absolutely demolished this bagel. Like, there was no time for pictures. But this is the closest approximation I could make. I just got a plain bagel. I didn't toast it because with fresh bagels, they're like just as good, if not better, untoasted. And generally, if you're having bagels that aren't fresh, toasting them is really nice. Like, it can taste really good. But if you're getting fresh bagels, you might as well just eat it fresh. And damn, they were so good. They also put absolutely insane amounts of cream cheese. I don't know, that kind of blew my mind. Like, there's so much cream cheese that's on these. It is nuts. There was so much I actually had to, like, as I was eating, the cream cheese was just like dropping onto the like, I had this wrapper for the bagel below me, and it was just, I was losing so much cream cheese. It was kind of nuts. I don't know, I need to improve my bagel eating game because I was just losing too much of the cream cheese. But damn, it was so good. Fresh bagels with cream cheese are unbelievable. If you go to New York, please, please, please make sure you pick up some pizza and bagels. They're so damn good. Yeah, it's true. It is enough cream cheese to clog arteries. Oh, God. But anyway, I'm very grateful for these stock images. Because I wolfed it down way too fast. It was gone. So, anyway, very big fan. Enjoyed it very, very much. The very, very last place that we went to was an izakaya, which I was super excited about because that's just not an experience that you're able to get in a lot of places, but New York City is one of them. There's actually a bunch of izakayas all throughout the city. I made the decision for us to go to what was considered like a slightly more upscale izakaya. Something that would have like slightly fancier things on the menu, but like still advertised itself as an izakaya because I thought that would be super fun. This, I don't know if I can say that it really counts as an izakaya though. This was essentially just a nice restaurant. Like a very ritzy restaurant. Like the spirit of an izakaya is it's kind of like a nice, comfortable atmosphere. You roll in, you can have some beers, you can have some really tasty bar food. Just generally like good, tasty Japanese street food or Japanese bar food. And this was not that. This was not that at all. So if that's what you want, there are a ton of other izakayas that are way cheaper. In fact, we actually tried to get into an izakaya, but in classic izakaya fashion, it was absolutely slammed. There were so many people there. It was going to take entirely too long to get food, so we went elsewhere. But yeah, so yes, I would say this is less of an izakaya and more of an upscale Japanese restaurant. Like, you can see that like it's styled like an izakaya. This is actually in the basement of a building. Like all of this is underground. So like you walk down a bunch of stairs and then you walk through and everything is gorgeous. Like this is not to say that this restaurant wasn't pretty and that the food wasn't fantastic. It just was less of an izakaya and more of like a very fancy restaurant. So yes, izakaya in name only. Izakaya themed restaurant. But yeah, this place was really good. I was not able to get any pictures. This is actually also stock footage just from like their website because it's really dark in there. So I was not able to get any good pictures. I also felt slightly more awkward about pulling out my phone to take pictures. I don't know. I have not felt that way in like other, even like more expensive restaurants, but this one, I don't know. I think it was just because it was all so dark. I'm like, oh God, I don't want to pull out my phone. I don't want to take pictures of things. So anyway, I did not take any pictures. My condolences, but I will describe the things that we ate. Snack vision. You know, for once my heat vision can actually come in handy. It was very, very dark down there. But yeah, everything was really, really tasty. So if you put aside the izakaya, like set dressing, right? Like, and just think of it as like an upscale Japanese restaurant. It was very, very tasty. I think if you're going to come here, you probably should be prepared that it will be expensive. In particular, we ended up getting a flight of sake. So it was a couple of like smaller, not like carafes, but glasses of sake. And that alone was a little expensive, but it was very, very good. And they had, because it's izakaya themed, they had a lot of like izakaya food. So like karage, udon, a variety of like sashimi, onigiri, and other dishes, which were all absolutely fantastic. And yes, exactly, it was exactly like a sampler. So we had like a sampling of 3 different types of sake, which were so good. I don't know, I love sake a lot. It's very, very tasty. It was so good. But yeah, we ended up getting, so we had an appetizer with, I'm trying to remember, because I think it was Chef's Choice. So they didn't pass along what everything was, but everything was super, super, super good. They had some daikon that had been very carefully cooked for a long time, and it was so delicious. The thing that I will say, if you have ever had the desire to try as close to authentic wasabi as you can get, this place has it. I don't know if it was actual wasabi, but it definitely wasn't normal horseradish, because a lot of wasabi that you can get outside of Japan is pretty much just horseradish, which isn't bad. Like, horseradish tastes really good and can be very tasty. But what this restaurant was using did not taste like that, and it was much chunkier, and they clearly used a grater in order to prepare it. So I have my suspicions that they might have actually been using, if not like pure wasabi, something very close to that. So yeah, if you've ever wanted to try that and you have the ability to check this place out, that was probably the highlight of the whole experience for me. Like, it was so unbelievably tasty. Bear and I kind of just were eating it off of our plates. It was really good. I don't know how to explain it. Like, it was so tasty. It still completely clears your sinuses out, but yeah, it is super damn good. They had really excellent fish as well. So they had some sashimi that we tried, which was, oh, so good. Absolutely fantastic. And then I had some udon for my main, and then Bear had a roll for his main, and it was all absolutely fantastic. So I figured I'd just give that as like a general preface that if you were expecting like kind of the cozy, laid back atmosphere, this place isn't exactly it. This is like a fancy restaurant, and an expensive one. This was definitely the most expensive place we visited on our whole trip, but it was quite tasty, and it was a very nice date out with Bear in New York. So yeah, that was super fun. Enjoyed that a whole bunch. But yeah, so that was a whole bunch of the food that we tried. There was some other food that we tried within the convention that I didn't snap pictures of. These were kind of more of like the big highlights from our trip that I had a bunch of fun going out and trying. So yeah, I'm gonna take another drink of water really quick, because speaking of, we still need to talk about AnimeNYC. We haven't even gotten to that part. I've been too excited talking about New York and all of the food that we tried that we haven't even talked about the convention. So we're gonna take a quick hydration break. I'm gonna have something to drink, and then we're gonna hop into talking about everything that Bear and I did at AnimeNYC. That is an excellent question, Tofri. I was not sponsored to go. Thank you for asking. I feel like I need to put like a ton of disclaimers all on this, because I'm just like gushing and getting excited about all of this. But no, I was not sponsored. All of this came out of my own pocket in order to go to New York and AnimeNYC. So there was a lot of saving up. Bear and I were figuring out what we wanted to do and where we wanted to go. And yeah, seeing that we could actually get tickets to AnimeNYC was extremely exciting. So yeah. Wait, this isn't a food stream? My apologies. It definitely seemed that way. But it was only partially a food stream, and me talking about New York being very busy. But yeah, so the biggest draw besides food for us was the convention that was going on there. I figured something that might be helpful is talking a little bit about anime conventions broadly, as well as like some of the things that I love about AnimeNYC, because this is actually the second time that I've gone. I am a big fan of this convention, and I have a lot of things that I love to talk about with it. So yeah, and you know, that's a fair point. Money is meant to be spent, especially when traveling. Very, very true. I'm very happy that we had taken the time and saved things up so that we could check out a bunch of fun food places and go to the convention and like get a bunch of merch, which I'm gonna show you all very soon. But yeah, it's pretty exciting to be back in New York again, because the last time that I went to AnimeNYC was back in 2019. Which I think, if I remember correctly, I think that was the third year that it had ever existed. It's a very new convention, and we'll talk a little bit about like how it skyrocketed as much as it did to become one of the biggest conventions in the United States. So yeah, I figured something that might be helpful to start, just to contextualize things a little bit, is talking about what are the biggest anime conventions that exist. Because AnimeNYC is big. It's a pretty big con, even by convention standards. But I wanted to put into perspective some of the other biggest conventions that exist, in case going to an anime convention is something you're interested in, and just to kind of understand, like, what are the pros and cons of going to big conventions. So the biggest convention that is anime related, manga related, has a bunch of doujin, is Comiket from Tokyo. They pretty regularly post attendance numbers that are over 1 million. This is easily the biggest convention. Comiket is gigantic. There are a ton of exhibitors, a ton of artists. There are fan artists, there are official booths. There's so much stuff at Comiket. So this is like the convention, but it's also gigantic. Like 1 million people is a lot. It's huge. That is a lot of people going in and out of one place. So they have to be extremely organized with how they do it. And there are also gigantic lines in order to get in. You have to line up well in advance. But from what I understand, it's very well regulated as far as making sure that the lines are, I don't know, they don't want people to like run over each other. They want things to be organized. So from what I've seen, even though the lines are very long, it's very manageable to actually get into the convention and check things out. The next one, the second biggest convention, I had to go and double check all of these numbers because some of the reporting on some of this is kind of all over the place. But some of you did guess it. The second biggest convention is actually not even in Japan. It's Anime Expo, which takes place in Los Angeles. This year, 2023, in July, almost 400,000 people went to Anime Expo. It is enormous. Absolutely insane. Oh my god, I'm so excited that some of y'all are going to Comiket. Oh my god, and some of y'all have been there before. It's actually really nice to hear confirmation that things are well organized, because that's what I've heard. That's kind of like a dream at some point to go. Like, oh, that'd be so much fun. I would absolutely love it. Ooh, but yeah, Anime Expo, even though that is a pretty big dip between 1 million and 380,000, that is a lot of people. That is a whole bunch of people. Oh, Ran, you actually went to Anime Expo? Holy cow, that's awesome. Dang. Well, yeah, I'll be interested to see what your experience is compared to what I've heard from some folks, because that was... That's some of the next slides that we're going to be talking about. I've heard it's a bunch of fun, but there's some things to consider if you're going to go to Anime Expo specifically. Oh my gosh, I love that some of y'all have actually gone to these places. These are like the type of conventions that you kind of dream of going to. If you ever have the chance to go to a lot of these, I have heard it is a ton of fun to go to these places. But yeah, so after Comiket, you have Anime Expo, which is gigantic, and they actually get a bunch of really big people within the industry who show up for this. So there will be world premieres of anime episodes and movies. There will be panels that actually have CEOs and animators and musicians and other things. So yeah, there is a lot. There is a whole bunch. The third biggest I wanted to mention because I was extremely pleased to see this, but the third biggest convention, again, is not in Japan. It's in Paris. Japan Expo in Paris has over 250,000 attendees each year. It is gigantic. I feel like those of you in Europe should have a lot of pride in this. And anyone who says that anime is not a big market in Europe should look at this. Should look at this and maybe reconsider that perspective, because yeah, it is extremely popular in Europe, and Japan Expo is gigantic. So yeah, if you live in Europe and you ever have the chance to go, I have heard nothing but good things about Japan Expo. Obviously, a lot of things are going to be in French, but they have a lot of English as well, and other things that are in Japanese. So yeah, I've seen a lot of really cool pictures and cosplayers and events and attendees there. So yeah, so here's the thing. These are really big conventions. I've already mentioned that just getting into these conventions, like even for Anime Expo and Japan Expo, you are going to be waiting in line for a long time. Not just to get into the convention, but once you are in the convention, if you actually want to go to panels, if you want to go and check out other things, it will be a lot. So these are some considerations to have. If you do want to go to some of these gigantic conventions, these are some of the things that I have researched and looked up. I can pretty definitively say that Japan Expo and Comiket are very well organized. They do a very good job with crowd control. They try to make things really easy to figure out where things are, to figure out where they need to go. If you are someone who is attending the convention, they try to make it good for you. If you're someone who is an exhibitor, like someone who is selling something, or an artist, they try to make that as easy as possible too. Anime Expo is not like that. Any organization of crowds is largely done by the crowds themselves, or very, very overworked volunteers. Anime Expo, despite being the second biggest convention of anime on the planet, has some of the wildest horror stories I have ever heard. Like, the things that are so absurd, I cannot believe that this convention still happens. Like, I need to share some of this with you all, because this blows my mind. Again, this is the second biggest convention for anime. This is a picture from this convention this year. This is unacceptable. Look how many people are just jam-packed in here. People were passing out from the heat. People couldn't breathe. Like, this is insane. There's nothing. Like, there's poor or no crowd control. Like, I don't understand what directions they give to people, but it's not enough. It's clearly not enough. Do you know that every single damn year this convention happens, they now have a fire marshal who will just specifically be looking out for Anime Expo, and they will every single year, the fire marshal will be like, this is unacceptable. You have to get this under control. Yeah, hey, it is. It's a fire hazard. This is a colossal fire hazard. If a fire happens, look, where are they supposed to go? They're not, they can't go anywhere. So yeah, the fire marshal shows up every damn year and tells the organizers of Anime Expo, you need to get this shit figured out. Like, people will die if there's a fire. You cannot be doing this. Unbelievable. And yet this still happens every damn year. Like, I have been following Anime Expo artists and stories for literal years, and this happens every damn year. I don't understand why they haven't figured this out. Like, Comiket has this figured out. Comiket is over 2 times the size of this damn convention. Okay, I'm gonna calm down. I have many people I have known who have had to go be an artist at this event, and it has been terrible for them. And I have very strong feelings about this. Also, thank you, Alex, for the super chat. Ugh, this is like the Astroworld tragedy all over. Oh, I'm not even familiar with the Astroworld tragedy. Is it the same deal where it's like, well, we're gonna look this up now. Astroworld tragedy. Because if it's a bunch of people all being packed like, oh no! It was a crowd crush! Oh my god, it was the Travis Scott event! Oh my god, I didn't know that was Astroworld. Yeah, hey, for those of you who aren't aware, this was 2 years ago at this point. There was a Travis Scott concert that happened in Houston, Texas, and there was a crowd just like this, except the added issue is that people were trying to get to the front. And what happens when you have really big crowds like this is if people all start pushing forward, at some point someone is going to get trapped either between multiple people, or they'll get trapped against, like, you can see there's pillars and things here, and like you can suffocate if that happens. Like, you will literally be crushed by the crowd. God, that was so awful. Oh my god. Yeah, this is the, you can tell this sort of thing gets my blood real angry, because like there is no reason to put people at risk like this. Like, this is such a scary situation for people to be in. You don't want people to die from crushing. Like, this is no, it's no good. It's terrible. So yeah, anyway, yeah, kind of unacceptable. Not a great thing. Oh, system philosophy, thank you. In Komiket every year, local fire department shows up and checks everything. If they have to, they can immediately order to shut down the whole Komiket in a moment. Yeah, I think that that's good. I feel like that's what should be happening, right? Like, you should have people who are looking over, who are making sure that things aren't going to be too crowded, that they don't end up like this. So yeah, this sort of thing I find to be utterly unacceptable. Like, you should never have a situation where people are this packed together. The fact that there has not been a crushing event at Anime Expo is nothing short of a miracle. So anyway, the fire marshal showed up as they do every year, and told the organizers they needed to get their shit together. But yeah, so this happens every damn year. There's poor or no crowd control, just like begging for an accident to happen. In addition, for some reason, I don't know if it's just the convention center that they have or if it's just poor management, but there's really bad ventilation. Like, some parts of the convention center are like perfectly climate controlled. They'll actually feel like they have AC. You'll actually feel cool and not horribly hot and humid, and other places are not like that. Like, it will feel like the air conditioning is either not there or it's not blowing nearly hard enough. So the convention is not only packed like fish, like fish caught in a net, but it's also hot and it's humid. That's terrible. Oh my god, is that true? The Artist Alley of Anime Expo is in an underground parking lot? Is that why the ventilation's bad? Good god. Why? Why is this entire convention is just cursed? That's just my 2 cents on it. So yeah, it's very hot and humid, especially in the Artist Alley where people are trying to sell things like fan art and other things to people. So that's absolutely rough. In addition, they do not allow any outside food or drink. Now, I'm not sure if this is also the case for people who are just attending, like as regular attendees, but I know this is the case for people who are artists. So any of the people in Artist Alley, they will confiscate any food or drink you bring in. The reason why this is terrible is that when you are an artist that is selling something at a convention, it gets really, really busy. So you have very limited opportunities to go and get food or drink, not to mention it's crazy expensive. Like, most convention food is really, really expensive to buy. So yeah, a bunch of the artists like brought in food for themselves or drink, and it was confiscated from them. This in particular ended up being a really big incident this last year because they confiscated food from someone who was diabetic. Like, for those of you who are unfamiliar, people with type 1 or type 2 diabetes need to regularly maintain certain blood sugar levels, and so they'll often keep various drinks or food on them just to make sure that their blood sugar doesn't spike or drop too low. And yeah, they confiscated food from a diabetic artist. Like that actually, to be completely honest, there were many people that were talking about maybe doing some legal things about that, because you can't do that. You cannot do that. So yeah, obviously there are positive things with Anime Expo. There's a lot of really cool exhibitors. There's really cool people who come, they show off brand new anime. The artists are so passionate despite how horribly they're treated. Like, I want you all, if you go to Anime Expo, to like really appreciate the hell that the artists go through to be there. Like, they have had such a horrible time in this poorly ventilated place where their food and their drink has been taken away from them just so that they can sell stuff. To be honest, this last year, 2023, was so terrible that I'm wondering if they will change the food and drink. In particular, there were so many incidents of that happening, where there were accessibility concerns, not just with taking food from a diabetic, but like a lot of other things happened too as a result of bad management. So yeah, we'll see. Maybe 2024, I'll come back and I'll be like, you know what? I don't know, maybe someone threatened to sue them, or maybe the fire marshal finally had enough and told them they weren't allowed to put on the convention unless they figured this out. I don't know, maybe 2024 will be better, but I would be very, very skeptical given their track history. We will see. But anyway, so my personal opinion is if you have the chance to go to Anime Expo, you should know this ugly part of it as well. For those of you who have gone and experienced this, my condolences. It's a lot. It's a lot. I would really like this convention to, have a serious reformation. It needs to change. It is the second biggest convention for anime on the planet. This is kind of unacceptable. So this leads me to my next point, because there are really cool things about Anime Expo, like getting to see world premieres of anime, getting to check out fan artists and other vendors that you wouldn't be able to check out otherwise. But I had always told myself that I'm never going to Anime Expo. I would have to be, I don't know, if I was sponsored to go, I'd probably still be like, can I do it virtually? Like, do I have to physically go? I don't know, I'd have to be heavily incentivized to actually be an artist there in any capacity. System Philosophy, your friend from the US attended Komiket, said Anime Expo is hell and hell fun. That's the thing, right? Obviously there are fun things to do at Anime Expo, but there's also very bad management. And I want folks who go to Anime Expo to know that, like, conventions don't have to be like this. Like, there are other big conventions that aren't like this. You can have a better experience. You deserve a better experience. I want Anime Expo to be better. Ugh. God. Yeah, no, it's a lot. So, anyway, enough of my rant about Anime Expo. So, Anime Expo is the biggest convention in North America, and it's the second biggest anime convention on the planet. Now, AnimeNYC is a relatively new convention. It has actually grown to be the second largest convention in North America. It's not one of the biggest conventions on the planet. There's a couple others that beat it out. But if you're just looking at North America, Anime Expo is the biggest, and AnimeNYC at the time of writing is the second biggest. And that is pretty appealing to me personally because there's a lot of cool things at Anime Expo that I would love to go and check out, but I'm just not willing to put up with all of the crowds and how hot it is and how expensive it all is. So, AnimeNYC, when I first went in 2019, seemed like a good alternative. It had a lot of really big industry voices, like people who were in charge of anime productions I was interested in. There was actually screenings of things that I wanted to check out. And even a couple years later, I'd say that's still true. Like for me personally, like AnimeNYC is like Anime Expo, but I don't feel like I'm gonna die, if that makes sense. It's obviously not even close to as big as Anime Expo. I think that based on the recent numbers they've posted, I think that their attendance is anywhere from like 55,000 to like 65,000, which compared to Anime Expo, which has almost 400,000 people, that's quite a bit smaller, but I kind of like that. I don't want to die at Anime Expo. I want to go check out anime and not feel like I'm gonna get crushed by the crowd. And I want to still check out cool industry stuff without, like, going to Anime Expo, so... Anyway, that has been a big drawing. That has been a big selling point for me with AnimeNYC. So, yeah, and yeah, that's the thing. So this is specifically like anime conventions. There's other really big, I guess I should have specified. These are biggest North American anime conventions. There are other big North American conventions that aren't anime, that are bigger than AnimeNYC. Gen Con is fantastic. I have really wanted to go. There's a bunch of really cool conventions that I hope that I can go to at some point. But yeah, as far as anime conventions, specifically in North America, AnimeNYC is currently the second biggest after Anime Expo. So a huge reason why AnimeNYC is as big as it is because it's sponsored by Crunchyroll. And Crunchyroll, at the time of writing, kind of have a stranglehold on the licensing for a lot of products outside of Japan. I do have a lot of strong feelings about Crunchyroll. I think they should pay their damn staff better, especially their translators. But I also have to accept that they are a big player and they do have a bunch of money to actually incentivize people to fly to New York, to present anime, to have panels to talk about stuff, to have concerts. So, yeah, it's something that has helped this convention to become as big as it has, as quick as it has. Yeah, and you know, I've actually heard about Anime Matsuri. I've heard that it's really fun. I don't know if the rising of some of these conventions like AnimeNYC is siphoning away people from some of those, but I actually have really wanted to go to Anime Matsuri and Sakura-Con because they both seemed really fun. Sakura-Con is in Seattle, and it's, I think 35,000 people go. And that seems really fun. I would love to go and check that out at some point. You know, it's true. High Dive is actually becoming they're a much bigger deal than they were. I'm actually kind of relieved that they still serve as a not Crunchyroll way to consume anime legally. That is super nice. Crunchyroll is big enough that they could pay their staff better. But anyway, I'm not gonna rant about that now. That's just my personal opinion. They do actually do a lot of work for AnimeNYC, just trying to get people flown out and actually have a bunch of really cool panels and interesting things. So yeah. Wait, really? Oh no! Anime Matsuri is dying because of sexual harassment allegations against the owner. No! Do you know that's actually the same thing with Anime Minneapolis? That's kind of a convention in my neck of the woods that I've gone to exactly once, and it hasn't been looked at super favorably because of a very similar situation where the owner has been accused of sexual harassment and abuse of his authority. So that's not super great. I don't know what it is with that, but like, not a fan. Oh god, that's so sad about Anime Matsuri. Oh no! Well, I guess that's good to know. That's such a bummer. Oh god. That's so sad. Well, I hope Sakura-Con is better. I would like to go and check that out. Oh god, that's so sad. Yeah, and you all are correct. Crunchyroll was also involved in pulling the plug on pre-con. There was a lot of things I think that could have been done differently for the English localization of that, like the English server, and boy, that was no good. Oh god. No, and no worries, y'all. I'm just oh, that breaks my heart. That's terrible. Why do people gotta do that? I'm glad that people have been like standing by folks and like not supporting Anime Matsuri because of that. Like, I'm curious if there will be new management as a result of that. That's what you would hope, right? That maybe someone else would take over and they'd actually proceed with some criminal charges there. Oh god. Oh, that's good to hear. Okay, Sakura-Con's doing well. Okay. Oh, that's good. Okay, fantastic. Fantastic. Oh god. Yeah, that's something I hope to do at some point. Seattle's another one of those places that has really, really good food, especially good seafood. So I really want to go and check that out. Ugh. So yeah, for better or worse, Crunchyroll is involved in AnimeNYC's success. I think in this case, I think it's a good thing because having a convention that is much smaller than Anime Expo, so it's way more manageable to like get into the convention and enjoy the convention without like waiting in line for a long time and then getting shoved into a main hall and just being packed like fish. That does not happen here, which is great. It's definitely still really busy. Like there's a lot of people that come through and there is a line to get into the convention itself. But honestly, after the doors open, it's really easy to get inside. It's super straightforward. I think that I waited in line for a maximum of 30 minutes on the first day. And I actually realized a lot of that was because I just showed up early. Like if I had shown up as the doors were opening, it probably would have taken 15 minutes. So yeah, that's kind of nice. Obviously, as the convention continues to grow, that will become less of a thing, where you'll probably want to get in line a little bit early if you want to get in when the doors open. But yeah, it's still small enough where like you don't have to be waiting in line if you want to get inside. So yeah. Yeah, less than 40 minutes for lining up for a convention. It's super nice. Like, it was really easy to get in. And then once you're inside, like, they essentially just had you walk through a metal detector, just making sure that you're not bringing weapons in or anything. But, like, they didn't take our food, they didn't take our drinks. So that was fantastic. Like, I didn't even have to open up my purse or anything, so... yeah, I think that it is good. I'm generally a big fan of this convention. You know, they have... Such a good question. So I think it's like AnimeNYC Plus. There's a line that is slightly faster to get into the convention. But if I'm being totally real, the regular line is just about as fast. So like the only benefit for AnimeNYC Plus is some extra, I think you get like some swag or something. They give you bags, I think, for free and some other random merch. I don't know. I'm not sure if you get priority to other things, but I don't think so. I think you can just like show up. That's what I didn't have a fast pass and I still got in without anything too crazy. So Oh man. But yeah, it is some wild stuff. Oh my god, yeah, actually I had heard about that. Thank you all for confirming. So not all years have been this good. I did hear about the horror stories from 2021. I don't know what happened that year. Maybe it was just that everyone was desperate to get inside, but like I heard it was nightmarish just to get into the convention. Thankfully, they have completely fixed whatever that problem was, because I was only in line for 30 minutes. So it wasn't 3 hours or anything. But yeah, some people we were standing in line nearby were talking about 2 years ago when things were absolutely insane to get into the convention. So they have fixed that. Whatever that horrible problem was, they have since fixed that. Oh, they were checking for vaccination. Oh god! Oh no! Well, good on them. Happy that they were checking, but like, oh god. Yeah, I was gonna say, if it was a 3-hour line, clearly they didn't have enough people that were doing it. Oh, what a nightmare. Oh my god. Well, they certainly weren't doing that this year. And I will admit, not a lot of people were wearing masks. Like, Bear and I did our best to wear masks and like be really conscientious about stuff, because boy, I don't want COVID again. That sucked. That was terrible last year. But yeah, fingers crossed. Haven't felt anything yet, so I think that we did pretty good. But yeah. Oh my god. Is that true? They just gave up and they just let everyone in anyway? Oh my god, what a nightmare. That's horrible. Yeah, no, they didn't check any of that this year. You didn't have to wear masks, which is, I'm not sure if that's a great decision, because like you're still clustered indoors. But I also understand that it can be really difficult to enforce people to do that. All I'm saying is though, ain't nothing wrong with it. I don't know. Thankfully, inside they had really good air conditioning. So the top floor, or I guess not the top floor, the third floor where all the exhibitors were, and Artist Alley, that was probably the warmest area. And even then, they still had the air conditioning just like blasting as much as it could. So, you know, that's actually a fair point. Masks are not mandated in New York, so it's compliant. That is a fair point. Yeah, it's rough. But thankfully, some people were wearing masks. We wore masks and it was fine. But yeah, I'm glad, I don't know. I feel like they did a really good job with the air conditioning. I'm glad that you all had the same experience too. It did feel like they did a great job of making sure that no one was baking to death. It didn't feel musty or anything either. So they had very good ventilation in the whole place. So already, an improvement over Anime Expo. I promise I'm not just gonna keep, like, I don't know, hammering home that Anime Expo is nightmarish. There are good things about it. There are good things. There are reasons to go. There's just, they gotta do something about how they manage that convention. But yeah, anyway, okay. So, some other cool things about AnimeNYC. And because they have the support of Crunchyroll and because they have connections with studios, they have actually been able to premiere a bunch of things at AnimeNYC. So when I went in 2019, they premiered Weathering with You. It technically had already been shown, I think it was on the West Coast. It was a limited screening, maybe like a month or two prior. But this was a much bigger venue. It was the East Coast premiere of Weathering with You. And yeah, Bear and I got to go and see that when we first came in 2019. It was super fun. That was probably the only thing that we had to wait for a while in line. I think we waited in line for 2 hours, just to make sure that we got a spot, because it was crazy popular. There were so many people who wanted to see it. But besides that, most of the time, I haven't had a super crazy time lining up for things I was interested in. I think some of the really big events like concerts and big screenings like this, you'll probably have a line for. And even then, we just brought some games to play with us in line. Like if you bring something to play on your phone, if you bring a Switch, some card games and stuff, it's really pretty manageable. But yeah, this was super fun. It was a blast. It was really cool to see this when it first came out. In addition to that, they do have a ton of official guests and vendors. This is again from 2019, but when we went, they had an Anisong concert, which was really, really fun. Jam Project are the people who made the One Punch Man OP, like the super iconic one, and they sang it in concert, and it was super dope. It was so good. And then Guilty Kiss sang a bunch of Love Live songs, and it was just, oh, everyone was super talented. I'll talk a little bit more about what was featured this year, but there were some musical guests that showed up for this year's convention as well. But yeah, there's a really, really cool atmosphere to the whole convention because there's a lot of really awesome people who show up, and some really fun stuff to do. And like, yeah, I think the biggest thing is just planning ahead. Like, there was an app that they had where we were able to go through and figure out which exhibitors we wanted to go see, what events we wanted to make sure we attended, and that helped a whole bunch. Yeah, I know, Jam Project, oh my god, they're fantastic. It was so damn good. Ooh. I don't know, they were really high energy too, which was just perfect. Like, that was such a fun concert. I was a big fan. Very, very good. Is that true? They also made the first ending for Yu-Gi-Oh! GX? Damn! Damn, that's fantastic. God, that is so good. Oh, and that's actually good to know, because I was gonna say, when I did this in 2019, they didn't have the app. I personally was a really big fan of it. I felt like it was really easy to use. It also let you favorite different artists and exhibitors and panels, and then you could pull up like, this is when this panel is happening, and okay, I need to go to this place to do this. So I was a big fan of that. I wish there was some way to disable like all of their notifications, because I turned on notifications to let me know like a half an hour in advance of when a panel was happening. But they just sent a bunch of other notifications too, which was kind of obnoxious. So I wish that there was some way to turn those off, but I did like the reminders. It was nice. That was good. Ooh. Okay, so I've talked a lot about like general things with conventions. I haven't actually even talked about what I did at Anime NYC this year. Okay, so let's talk about the Anime NYC tour. Oh, that's actually a really good point. I appreciate you bringing that up, DHK. I should probably consider the fact that the Wi-Fi was really bad at the convention, so if you have data that you can use, the app is much better. Otherwise, it is going to be really difficult. God, you know, I didn't even think about that. I was still getting push notifications even when I didn't really have internet. That's wild. Yeah, that's a fair point. I do wish that the Javits Center had a better, I don't know if that's something they can improve to make the internet a little better there. But that's a very good shout out. If you need to use internet during the convention, it was very spotty in a lot of places, especially as you went further down, like the panel rooms. Most of them were in the basement. And yeah, the reception was terrible down there. Like, I don't even think you could get connected for the most part. So yes, thank you for bringing that up. So app, good concept, works when you're outside of the con, works a little bit less good inside of the convention center, especially downstairs. I had much better luck on the 3rd floor. But yes, that's a very good shout out. Okay. All right, y'all. We're finally gonna hop into all of the things that I actually did at Anime NYC this year. Okay, so first of all, in classic convention fashion, there were some damn good cosplay. This cosplay from Mobile Suit Gundam was so good. Like, oh my god, absolutely incredible. Bear was able to snap this picture, bless him for being tall, because I was not able to get a good picture from my location, but oh, absolutely fantastic. Yeah, this pair was just walking around everywhere. Oh, it was so good. I was so impressed. The way that everything moved too, I don't know. I'm so impressed with cosplayers for actually being able to put this together, to wear it. I can't even imagine how warm that was inside. There's actually a bunch of videos of The guy who's actually in the Gundam suit, like, watching some of the Hololive panels and dancing along. It's so goddamn fantastic. Oh, but yeah, 10 out of 10. Fantastic cosplay. There was also, like, just walking into the convention, there were a ton of really great banners advertising current shows and upcoming things. We took a picture of this because I kind of lost it when I realized that Tsukihime was actually getting an English release. That's been something that, like, it's been something that, like, global fans have been asking for a very long time. Just release the damn thing in English officially so that I don't have to download sketchy things in order to actually check this out. So anyway, it's getting an official English release. So I'm happy. Very, very happy about this. So yeah, that'll be great when it actually comes out. I figured I'd shout that out for folks who didn't know that as well. I was pretty excited about that. But yeah, besides that, they had a bunch of other banners that I thought were hysterical. So they had this absolutely fantastic Argentine poster. This is the back of it. May this rose convey my heartfelt salutations. It's just so perfect. I don't know, the backside is so deeply funny to me. So yeah, absolutely fantastic. Oh god. But yeah, lots of fun banners. Oh yeah, then they had a little Freerin section. Oh my god, it was so good. So they just had a little section, it was on the 4th floor and, like, they called it the Crunchyroll Pavilion. It was like all of the official Crunchyroll sponsored stuff, and they had a little area where you could go and check out some new shows that were premiering. But they also had a section just dedicated to Freerin, and so I had to take a picture. So anyway, Bear took this picture of me with Freerin staff, and it was fantastic. It's actually a lot taller than it looks. Like, you can see that I'm not quite tall enough for it, but yeah, no, it's super great. I'm glad y'all like the photograph. Snack face reveal. But yeah, this made me very happy. Unfortunately, because Freerin is happening this season, there wasn't a whole bunch of fan art. Like, I was catching up with a bunch of fan artists who I was trying to check out their booths and everything at the event. And most of the booths just didn't have any time to get their Freerin prints made. So I didn't pick up a whole bunch of Freerin fan art. But hopefully in the future I will be able to get more. When there's more time for people to print things, I will own a poster and it will be amazing. But yeah, I was able to take a picture at least, so. Yumie out here doxing herself. Oh, I know it was risky. It was a little risky posting this picture, but I believe in you all. If you recognize me out in the wild, slithering around, I trust you all to be kind and courteous. And you can come say hi. But yeah, no, this was absolutely fantastic. Oh, so good. Oh, and then, okay, so the big, like, concert event that was happening, it was Hololive was there. But do you know what's horrible? Hololive fans are too damn powerful. It was sold out. It was goddamn sold out so fast. Oh, it was terrible. So yeah, I'm actually pretty proud of my ability to pick up tickets and other things very quickly. I generally stake things out and then I'm able to, like, hop on stuff and get stuff within, like, a couple minutes. But these people, man, these people, they're too powerful. I don't understand. Their power surpasses my own. So I don't know. It didn't work. I wasn't able to get tickets, which was so sad. But it ended up working out because there were other things I was able to do instead. There was also a rock and roar party hosted by Fuamoko. I was going to go and attend that, but there was another thing I was checking out at the same time because I thought that the rock and roar party was going to be a panel. And so I assumed I wouldn't be able to get in. No, it was just on the convention floor. So I actually could have watched it. I was a little sad when I realized that, but it's okay. They had like a full 3-hour karaoke later on. Oh my God, wait, really? Your friend was one of the powerful beings? God, tell your friend that I'm very jealous. That's so impressive. God, I heard it was so much fun. Oh, but anyway, I'm not gonna be too sad. There's other concerts that I can watch. It's fine. I'm also very happy that Sui Sui and Callie were able to finally have a fun performance together, and it was good. Oh, Magical! Thank you for the gifted memberships. Y'all are very sweet. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. That's so sweet of y'all. Enjoy. Oh my God, Cheese, you got one! Congrats! Use all the emotes. I've actually got a membership stream this Friday, so enjoy! Check out all the stuff. Have a fun time. Yeah, it was fantastic. But yeah, so no Hololive concert for me, which is very tragic, but there were other fun things that I did. I was not able to go see the concert. However, I was able to go and see the premiere of episode 1 and 2 of Delicious in Dungeon. Okay. I don't think I've talked too much about this series because I've been like saving everything for when I do the next seasonal anime review. Okay. I love this series. I love this series so much. There's a lot of things to talk about with this series. So this manga series is one of my favorites of all time. It does such a wonderful job combining gourmet food, which is a big favorite of mine, as well as fantastic comedy and cosmic horror. So, you know, like the 3 of my favorite things. So everything combined together. I am such a big fan of the manga. So when I heard that it was being adapted, I lost my shit. Because generally when things are adapted into anime, the entire series gets more popular and more people check out the manga, and that's great. I want more people to read this manga. But yeah, so the episode 1 of this actually premiered at Anime Expo, and I was absurdly jealous. Like, it was like one of the few moments where I'm like, God, I wish I had been at Anime Expo to watch episode 1. Like, even with how horrible the crowds are and everything. I was a little devastated, but I'm like, it's okay. It's okay. I don't need to die in order to watch Delicious in Dungeon. I'm gonna be fine. But turns out the AnimeNYC was showing not just episode 1 for folks who hadn't seen it yet, but episode 2 for the first time, because it was only episode 1 at Anime Expo. So you got to watch both episode 1 and 2 at AnimeNYC, which I personally think is fantastic. I feel like 2 episodes is such a great way to jump into a series, because 1 episode by itself is fine, but 2 is fantastic. So yeah, it is absolutely fantastic. And I don't have to die to watch it, exactly. Gorm. So yeah, the manga is fantastic, and I was extremely excited to watch the anime. I was intrigued though, because the studio that picked it up very much surprised me. Studio Trigger is in charge of this anime development. For those of you who aren't the most familiar with Studio Trigger, they generally are known for really flashy, expressive animation. So Kill la Kill is one of their properties, Little Witch Academia is another one, and Cyberpunk is another very big popular one. These all have really beautiful, very, I would say, iconic, flashy animation that is very much Studio Trigger. But here's the thing, Delicious in Dungeon isn't really that. Like, there's really big bombastic moments that happen, and there's tense fights, and there's magic, but it's a lot more of a slow burn. It's a lot more focused on comedy, it's focused on food, it's focused on relationships. So I was curious as to how this would be adapted. There was part of me that wondered if they would try to apply the very flashy style to this, and I wasn't really sure how that would look. If they were going to be like overly expressive with some of the characters or make things look a little different. And I think that could have worked, but I was somewhat, I don't want to say skeptical, but I was cautious about this particular decision. So, to my delight, I watched episodes 1 and 2 at AnimeNYC. And this is a goddamn fantastic adaptation. There is nothing more I could ask from just everything. It is incredible. I'm gonna make this go away so you can see. Like, look at this. Look at the food. Look at the gorm in the upper left. This is absolutely incredible. They just sell the food. This was a really big concern of mine, is that the manga focuses so heavily on how beautiful and how important good food is. And I was hoping that they would be able to capture that. In addition, I was also worried about the comedic timing, because that's something that's really important in the manga, is when jokes actually hit and how they're told, and they nailed it. Oh my god, they nailed it. It was so much fun, y'all. Like, sitting in that crowd and just everyone laughing hysterically together and having the exact same reactions at the same time as different lines were spoken. The character animation was fantastic. The voice actors are so good. Oh my god, they picked perfect people for this. I was so happy. I honestly have nothing but amazing things to say about this. So I will talk about this more. I'll give even more of an elevator pitch for this when I actually talk about it in the next seasonal anime review. But all I can say is this so far and beyond exceeded my expectations. I am so delighted. This was actually English subbed. So it was original Japanese voice acting, and then they had subtitles on screen. And it was really cool because the producer and some of the other people involved in the production, they were there. Like, actually watching. They gave a little talk at the beginning, introducing everything and thanking everyone for coming to watch this. And then they got to sit and watch as the crowd reacted to everything. And I just, that made me so happy. Like, it was so good. And 2 episodes was perfect. Like, you really got to get into the world. I don't know. I feel like it was just fantastic. And so I'm a really big fan of the manga. I have read just about all of it. In fact, I think it might be completed, and I haven't caught up on the very last one. I need to go and do that after this. But I was almost at the end. And Bear has read very little of this, and he loved it just as much as I did. So, like, I don't know. That was a pretty good endorsement for me. Like, someone who is not very familiar with the series coming away just as excited about it as I was, that made me feel really good. So, yeah. And that's the thing, right? Like, I'm sure that, like, dubs would have been totally fine for this, but especially with it being, like, an early premiere, I think that a lot of these will always be subtitled, and that made me happy. Like, getting to listen to the Japanese voice actors and their performances, it was very good. So, yeah, I'm extremely excited for more of this. I'm super excited for when this comes. It will show up in January, so look forward to that. I will gush about this some more during the seasonal anime review, but this was kind of the highlight for me of a lot of the entire trip. It was getting to watch this with Bear and getting to laugh our asses off and enjoy the entire first 2 episodes. Absolutely fantastic. So yeah, this was really, really good. Wiggle of approval. Yes, wiggle of approval. Highly recommended. Also, it was really cute. Right before everything started, they actually handed out these super adorable little manga samplers. This is actually a lot thicker than it looks like here. but they have 3 different, essentially, previews of manga inside. So they had a little bit of the first Delicious in Dungeon at the beginning, and then they had 2 other examples of manga after that. So yeah, I thought that was really nice. They passed that out ahead of time just in case people weren't familiar with the series. And there was a bunch of people who it was their first time ever like interacting with it. So yeah, I thought that was really cool. It was nice of them to pass all these out. Okay, this was not the only premiere that I watched while I was at Anime NYC. I also watched the premiere of Studio Bones, their 25th year anniversary series, Metallic Rouge. This was wild. I could not believe that this was actually happening at Anime NYC. Studio Bones, for those of you who are not familiar, they are incredible. They make absolutely fantastic, like super iconic works of anime. In particular, they are spectacular at adaptations. They made Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood, they made Mob Psycho, they made My Hero Aka, like a whole bunch of other things. Absolutely great. And it has been 25 years since their studio was first created, so they're creating an original series in order to celebrate that, which is really cool. So, the CEO of Bones, as well as the chief writer and series composer, and the musical composer, they all showed up in order to introduce the series, and they showcased number 1, the very first episode of this series that they've been putting together. So, Studio Bones doesn't just do adaptations. They also do a bunch of original series. It's something that they do periodically. What I will say is that there's a huge variety that they do. I would say that there's some of their work are certified bangers. Space Dandy is one that they've done. I was not able to fit it on this slide, but they've also done Darker Than Black. That was originally Bones, which is incredible. Carol and Tuesday, y'all have heard me sing Galactic Mermaid from during drunk karaoke. And then Skate the Infinity is a recent one, which I would categorize as more like kind of silly fun. But it was very well animated and very enjoyable to watch. And I want more of it, Bones, please. I want more of my gay skater boys, please. Give them to me. I would like more of them, yes. Oh, so yeah, some of their original works are absolutely fantastic. Some of them, by manner of the fact that they're original works, are not always going to be certified bangers. So I will call some of their things highly questionable. Maybe moderately questionable is better, but things that are probably okay, but like have some problems with them. So for those of you who have watched some of these series, you might be familiar with some of the problems of them. In more recent memory, Godzilla Singular Point. That one made me sad. I was so excited for that. It had so much potential. It seemed like such a great idea. But alas, it was not. It was not. It completely fell off of the rails. It was just not. I don't know. There was a lot of things that didn't work out super well. And y'all are correct. Carol and Tuesday, the first season was fantastic. I actually haven't checked out more than that. I have heard that things had some problems later on, so I will have to check that out. But yeah, I just wanted Godzilla Singular Point to be good, and it wasn't. It wasn't. I was very sad. I wanted it to be good. Concrete Revolutio is honestly like, it's mind warping. Like, I don't know how to describe it. It's just all over the place. It's very colorful. None of it makes sense though. Oh God. Yeah, it just was all over the place. Man, you know, Raz, that's a good point. It was only less of a disappointment than Ultraman Trigger, and only then Trigger was still good. It just wasn't better than the literal best Ultraman show of all time. Right? That's the thing. Like, I don't know. I felt like Godzilla had some potential, but it didn't pan out, unfortunately. And then Captain Earth is a little bit of a meme. So this is the point of this, is to indicate that their original shows, some of them are absolutely incredible and some of them are slightly more questionable. And that's kind of to be expected with original shows, is that some of them are going to land and some of them aren't. So, oh man, you actually nailed the exact next talking point, Silver Aranda. Here's the thing. If you do watch a Bones production, even if the plot is a mess, the visuals are going to be good. The visuals are going to look very, very good. So, where does Metallic Rouge fit in here? I have only watched one episode of this. And even then, I think there's some conclusions that I can draw from that, but I'm going to still withhold full judgment as a result of having only seen one. What I will say is, as usual, the whole production is beautiful. Like, Bones does such good fight choreography. It's kind of incredible. And I love a lot of the character designs in this. I think that they look very nice. And they did a very good job executing things. I think there are some problems, though, just based on the first episode. In particular, the main character, who's featured on the right, she just doesn't have a lot going for her based on the first episode. The fact that I have two pictures that just show her eating chocolate, which is like one of her defining character traits, I don't know. I feel like that says a lot. When the CEO was talking about this, he was describing how, like, he was really excited at how cute the girls were and, like, was excited to showcase that here. And, like, I don't know. I feel like that also says something a little bit that, like, you're like, look at how cute they are. And you're like, you're not wrong. They are super cute. But, like, what else is going on? What they got besides that? So, I don't know. I'm going to reserve judgment because obviously I need to see more. There was just a lot of really big loose threads that were still left hanging at the end of this. There were some characters I was less of a fan of and some that I enjoyed a lot more. But yeah, I think right now I'm leaning slightly towards questionable. Slightly towards questionable. But here's the thing. It is still gorgeous. Like, if you want to watch something that looks visually incredible, it looks fantastic. And I think that, like, the hard work of the animators should seriously be applauded. They did so much work to bring this to life. So regardless of how it turns out, regardless of the future episodes, I think it's awesome that they've put this together. Even if it ends up not being super impressive beyond this, like, I think that they've worked really hard to bring this to life. So yeah. But yeah, lots of chocolate eating. Oh man. Anyway, so I watched that, and that was another world premiere that I watched. So I got to see Delicious in Dungeon, I got to watch Metallic Rouge, but I also checked out the Exhibitor haul, and I bought a whole bunch of things. This was the other thing that I made sure to save up a bunch for, because I know myself too well, and I knew that I would snag a whole bunch of things while I was here. In particular, Bear and I were on a mission. So I'm going to share with you all now the spoils, the things that Bear and I were able to get on our tour through AnimeNYC and picking up a bunch of things. So first of all, the most important thing that we were trying to pick up while we were here was merchandise of Nyanko Sensei. Nyanko Sensei is from a series called Natsume's Book of Friends. I am obsessed with this series. It is very, very good. I do not own any Nyanko Sensei merch because it is very difficult to obtain for some very frustrating reason. It is all very expensive. there is not a lot of it that exists. And the things that do exist, I generally don't need. Like, I don't need a cup holder that has Nyanko sensei. I want a plush. I want something that I can hold in my arms and pet his little cute head. See, Nyanko sensei is wonderful. I love him. I love him so much. All of these pictures are Nyanko sensei, and they are wonderful. I am essentially just Taki from Natsume. I just constantly want Nyanko sensei, and I am constantly unable to obtain him. So anyway, this was my chance. I'm at the second largest anime convention in North America. Surely we would be able to find some merchandise, something that I could finally get that would actually have some semblance of Nyanko sensei. And I'm very pleased to report that the quest for Nyanko sensei was successful. Here are the results of our wonderful, successful quest. I have finally obtained a gigantic Huggable plush! It was the only one. The only one. I had to dig through a bunch of other stuffed animals and other plushes in order to get him. And when I presented him to the register, the man working there was like, oh my gosh, we had a Nyanko sensei. And I was like, yes, I would like him, please. Give him to me. I shall carry him everywhere now. So yeah, that was fantastic. I'm very happy that I worked very hard hunting through every booth that I could find to try and find him. And then on the right, there was actually a gacha machine that Bear found. And so we rolled a couple in order to get more Nyanko sensei. So I now have these cute little phone charms that have Nyanko sensei, and it makes me so happy. So yeah, that was extremely successful. Absolutely fantastic. God, yeah, it's true. I am just merging with Hifumi. Going to extreme lengths, even willing to go to the black market to get my Peroro merch. Get my Nyanko sensei. But I did. I finally got Nyanko sensei. And best of all, I got one additional Nyanko sensei. What I would argue is probably the best one, actually. I do love the one that I can hug, and I love the little phone charms. They're both perfect in their own way. But this Nyanko sensei, Detective Nyanko sensei. Every time I look at him, he's so good. He's absolutely perfect. So, yeah, they'll love him. And yes, there is a Nyanko Nendo. I'm going to be ordering it. I'm quite excited about that. I just wanted like a physical plush too. I didn't want to just have a Nendo. But yeah, no. He's just perfect. The expression on this, it's so good. Absolutely fantastic. So yeah, anyway, now Nyanko sensei, he's literally sitting to my left on my desk. Alongside Pororo-sama, who I just received in the mail from Ami Ami. So it's a good week. Good week in the Tsuchinoko household. I have my beautiful Detective Nyanko sensei. You know, that's a good question. I don't know what he's investigating. At the moment, I think he's trying to figure out what this strange chicken creature is next to him. I think they'll get along quite well, though. I look forward to big things from the two of them. But yeah, I'm very happy. They're just sitting right next to me now. That's fantastic. So anyway, this mission was successful. I was able to finally get Nyanko sensei. In addition, I was also on a mission, as usual, classic Yumi, to obtain hard to obtain Nendoroids. There are some Nendoroids that tend to show up at conventions that are very difficult to find otherwise. In particular, Good Smile, who creates Nendoroids, they actually had an official booth. And so we waited in line and were able to pick up some specialty Nendoroids from them that were very difficult to get at other places. And I also picked up another Nendoroid elsewhere, which was fantastic. So this mission, secure hard to obtain Nendoroids, was successful. And here are the spoils. So I obtained 2 Hatsune Miku, which I know I already have a lot of Miku. But listen, I was doing some rearranging of my shelves and I realized I could fit 2 more just perfectly around this really big scale figure that I have, and it would look perfect. Like, oh, it would bring everything together on that shelf. I used this reasoning to explain to Bear, and he shook his head at me, but he still let me buy more Hatsune Miku. So it worked out. Once I have everything organized, I will finally get some pictures for you all of what my honestly absurd Nendoroid collection looks like. So look forward to that. It will be good. And then yes, I got Maple. Oh, okay. This has been a very frustrating one for me personally. They reran Maple on Ami Ami, and I missed it. I wasn't able to grab her fast enough. She sold out super quickly, and then it was impossible to find her online. So that was really annoying. And then we were walking around and we finally found a vendor and they were selling her. So I picked her up and I'm very happy. So I'm gonna get her set up and it's going to be perfect. I love Beaufry a lot. So yeah, I'm very happy with this. Thank you all. Thank you for the congratulations. It was such a good haul. I'm so happy. So yeah, I got 2 Hatsune Miku that I had been very much looking for, and that was very good. And I got Maple, and it was fantastic. God, it's true. Maple is the world's cutest exploit abuser. God, Beaufry is one of those, like, just sit back, have some snacks, have a very nice time watching it. Oh, I don't know. Beaufry is very nice to watch. I'm a big fan. So yeah, this was all very exciting. In addition, I also was able to find more official merch. I'm not getting all tongue-tied over here. I'm too excited talking about all this stuff. I'm just ready to jump to the next word. But yes, no, I do have some more official merch that I am super excited to show off to you all. We picked up some of the One Piece trading card game. We snagged some of the starter decks because it seemed like it would be a bunch of fun. I've actually heard a lot of really good things from folks who have played this, that it's a fairly affordable game to play while still being fun. So yeah, we picked up some starter decks and we're going to be trying those out soon, which is really exciting. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be very, very good. So yeah, very much looking forward to that. Oh God, yeah, no, all of the stuff from Beaufry, where part of the joy of Beaufry is not just like the hilarious things that she gets up to, but also just seeing how the game developers within the world are trying to deal with all of her shenanigans. Like, Maple is an actual terror, but she's a delightful terror. It's so good. But yeah, no, I've heard so many good things about the One Piece trading card game. So yeah, at least right now it's actually really affordable compared to a lot of other trading card games. So if we end up liking it, it should be pretty easy to put some decks together. So yeah. Tofu, you're a One Piece fan. Lines have been drawn. You know, it's terrible. I actually have only made it, I think, like 160 episodes into One Piece, you know, out of like the 1,000. So I don't know if it's fair to call me a One Piece fan. I think once I've hit like maybe 600, I'll be closer. Like, I need to check out a lot more of the series. But yeah, I need to actually play these. I'm super excited that we were able to snag some of these because they're pretty easy to get online, but it was really nice to actually go and pick something up at the convention and then take it back with us. So, oh, Mr. Oreo, you play Zoro in defense mode? Oh, that's dope. Ooh, I'm excited. I'm so excited. Oh, I think this is going to be a bunch of fun. I think Bear and I are going to try and play this weekend. So I think, look forward to more news on that, but I'm excited to give it a try. It's going to be fun. Besides that, I also picked up a couple art books. So I got this official Yutter Camp guide. Oh my God, y'all, this made me so happy. It's got a whole bunch of reference pictures from what they based all of the different scenes off of, like real life camping places that all of the different places from the show come from. as a show. It's actually a manga first. But yeah, it's so good, and they have all of these different references for all the outfits that they wear. And I don't know, as a fan artist, this is like, oh, it's so good. I love this sort of thing. So yeah, this made me extremely happy that we were able to find this. So snagged this, got it sitting in my office now next to all my other reference books. So it's good. It's so good. And no, don't you worry, Tofu. You have not missed the Blue Archive merch section. That will be coming up soon. Ooh. But yeah, I figured I'd go over some of the other like official art that I was able to pick up first, because the artist Yoneyama Mai was having an exhibition within New York, and she was doing a signing as well. And her art book was on sale, which was so great. Like, for those of you who aren't familiar with her work, she is so talented. I actually have a bunch of links within the description for all of the fan artists that I feature, as well as her work. This thing on the right is actually a compilation of all of these artworks that are compiled into a GIF that she posted on Twitter. And that went very viral a couple years ago, and this is like her showing off each of the individual pieces of that, and it's, oh god, it's gorgeous. Oh, her work is so good. So yeah, anyway, I kind of lost my shit when I saw this. This book is gigantic. It is so thick, but I am so excited to look through it, and like, I don't know, it's really nice to see how other artists put things together and how they shade things and color things. And yeah, very excited to look through this. So yeah, that was a really good pull. Very happy to pick this up. In addition to this, I also snagged seasons 1 and 2 of The Demon Girl Next Door. I love Machikado Mazuko. It is one of my favorite series. It is delightful. I want season 3 so badly. I love this series so much. It is a great combination of comedy and wholesomeness, and I just love it. And I also want them to just be together forever. Like, my sweet, sweet, beautiful lesbian girls. I want them just to have a good life together. So yeah, this is such a good series. I am so happy that I finally own seasons 1 and 2, because it was very difficult to find them elsewhere. So yeah, it's super, super good. I highly recommend it. Whenever a season 3 comes out, because I'm willing it into being in the universe that it will happen, I will talk more about this series at that point. That's very good. Very, very good. And finally, now that we've gone over all of the official booths, now we're gonna get into the fan art and artist alley. I have featured one of these artists in the thumbnail. This is actually their booth that's in the image here. I made it a high priority to go to this booth first because I was so worried about things getting sold out. So yeah, that was what I did. It was fantastic. So this is the artist Klaius. They do a bunch of Blue Archive fan work. It is gorgeous and fantastic. They put together so much good stuff. So I was very excited because they were selling these absolutely adorable acrylic standees. Like, look how cute this is. Look how cute this is. Oh my god, this is sitting on my desk now. It makes me so happy. It is so, so, so good. Oh my god, I'm so happy that y'all got the book too. I really wanted to get that fan book. I'm gonna show that off in a minute. It's so good. But yeah, no, the Arona stand. It's so cute. It's so insanely adorable. I love that it's a custom outfit. I love how cute she is. Oh, she's perfect. Absolutely perfect. I'm gonna try my best to keep this under 30 seconds, but I'm going to show off 2 images really quickly, which if you are a fan of Blue Archive and you haven't finished volume F and you don't want to see spoilers, look away, turn this off for, I guess I'm gonna give myself some leeway. Let's do exactly a minute. I'll timestamp this later. So you'll be able to skip this. Okay. 1 minute of me showing this off. But I want to preserve this for those of you who haven't gotten this far. Okay, 1 minute. Ready? Starting now. Okay. This is the other standee that I picked up. It's Plana! Oh my god! Oh my god! And it's so good. The two of them together are unbelievable. They are both sitting on my desk. I am so happy. My daughters are here. I am so delighted. It is so good. My daughters are here. Also, I have my daughters in art form. They are wonderful. This art book is incredible. It's not just Klaius who did this. There's also other fan artists who were involved in this. By the way, Klaius has some, like, an interest form for this, so if you all love this and you want this, I've included a link to that interest form so you can check it out, because this sold out on the first day. Klaius was absolutely blown away by it and is going to try and get more ordered. So yeah, absolutely incredible. So good. Okay, that was a minute. Welcome back. Welcome back, those who didn't want to get spoiled. The very, very good art from Volume F. Super fantastic. Big fan. Other things that I picked up from this booth. I got these stickers. I love them so much. Like, look at Aris with her little level up. I wanted this one super badly because now I can put it on the new PC and then it's officially, like, I've officially leveled up the PC. It's perfect. It's official. I've leveled up from my old PC. It's so good. And then Shiroko with a fish is just, oh, so good. So good. I don't know. I just love this. There were so many stickers. I was actually having a really hard time figuring out which one I wanted. So anyway, I ended up settling with these two. They're actually pretty big. So I didn't want to get too many because then I'll fill up my entire computer with them. I guess that means I'll then just start putting them on other things, but it's true. Plus 5% PC performance with this sticker. Oh, God. Yeah, right. I was super impressed with how they, like, even with, like, no pupils or anything showing up for Shiroko, they still got that one of her eyes is more blue and one of them is more white, which is fantastic. So, you know what? That's a fair point. I could have gotten more and put them on the fridge. Here's the thing. If they open up more online orders, I'm going to grab some more. Yeah, so that was the other thing I got. They were also selling a bunch of charms. So I, to the surprise of no one, picked up a Hifumi charm. It's so perfect. Look at her. Look at Paroro-sama. It's so perfect. Oh my god. Oh man, you know what, that's fair. I can just start putting stickers on Bear. I've actually thought of doing that with the extremely adorable, like, Kokona stamp that I got from Over the Rainbow. I want to just stick those on Bear randomly. They're so wonderful though. I want to stick them on everything. Oh, but yeah, this is wonderful. I'm so happy I finally have a Hifumi charm. It's so beautiful. It's right on my desk right now, so it's a good day. So anyway, for those of you who also love this, I have included the interest form for Klaius's upcoming merch because they sold out of a lot of it at AnimeNYC. So yeah, feel free to check that out if you're interested. I have unfortunately no idea what their situation is with international shipping or what they're going to be doing there, but it looks like that's something that they're going to be, like, trying to look into here. So nothing hurts to at least go and check out the interest form. And again, this isn't sponsored. I'm just obsessed with their work. It's very, very good. So yeah, a very good day. Was able to get a bunch of merch. Absolutely fantastic. In addition to that, I also swung by the booth of the artist Ringo. She, in my humble opinion, is kind of like the queen of Eurocamp art. She just makes absolutely gorgeous artwork. There's actually a couple that I wanted to pick up, but I already have way too many posters, so I needed to try to reel things in a little bit and not buy too many. I still bought entirely too many posters, but I was trying to be somewhat reasonable and not completely overload things. But I still bought this poster of Your Camp, and then I also bought 2 stickers. I didn't realize she was into Blue Archive. That was really exciting. So I picked up the Abydos girls as a sticker, and then I also picked up Nadeshiko and Doreen as a sticker as well. So, oh god. Yeah, no, she's oh god, she's really talented. She was also selling a bunch of these really cute Eurocamp bento boxes, and apparently they sold out within 2 hours. So by the time I got there, because we went and watched Delicious in Dungeon first, that was like one of the first things on Friday, she was already sold out of all the bento boxes, so they were extremely popular. God, I'm so glad, DHK, that you went to go and see her too. That is fantastic. Oh, that makes me so happy. Y'all have some fantastic taste. That's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. So yeah, she does a bunch of great art. I've also linked her stuff in the description. She has a ton of art that's not just this, but it's all beautiful. In addition, I also swung by Lucid Sky's booth because there was a ton of really good fan art there. In particular, this Star Rail print with March is so perfect. Like, oh my god, this is so good. It perfectly captures the whole vibe. The colors are amazing. It's so beautiful. And then I couldn't help myself. I had to get the trash panda. Like, look how perfect she looks. I love it so much. But yeah, no, Lucid Sky is insanely talented. All of their work is super, super good. So yeah, definitely go check it out. I actually was really tempted to buy a bunch of things. And you know that's fair. Technically, technically the Trailblazer is a raccoon. But don't you just love the idea of her being a trash panda? But yes, she's technically a raccoon with her beloved trash can. I don't know, this charm made me laugh so much I had to get this. It's so perfect. But yeah, no, I absolutely love this print. I am super excited to get it framed and hung up on my wall. So yeah, super big fan. Bunch of other really good fan art as well from Lucid Sky. So yeah, super, super good. I would highly recommend checking them out. Oh my gosh. I also was very excited. Another artist who I love and have bought so many acrylic charms from, it's kind of crazy. She was also at Anime NYC, and I picked up more charms. I couldn't help myself. So now I have Fuomoko charms, and I have a Freerin charm. It was one of the only Freerin fan art I was able to find, which was very good. There were some posters that were just Freerin by herself. I really was hoping for like posters that had Freerin and Fern and all of her other adventuring companions, but because the show was so new, that would be really hard to put together. So I went for the charm instead, which has Fern in the little like lower left, which is so good. Ugh, so good. Yes, and I am so delighted some of y'all have some of her Blue Archive charms. I actually was planning on picking up some more from her, but unfortunately she ran into a shipment issue. A bunch of the Blue Archive charms that she had shipped for the event did not arrive on time, so she was out of a lot of them. But on her online shop, she actually still has a bunch. She makes such adorable charms. I have these 4 from her currently. I'm desperately hoping that at some point she makes a Hifumi one. I really want it. But she also has a Koharu and a Mika, which are super, super adorable. And she also has a Yuka. Super, super good. Oh my god. They're absolutely fantastic. But yeah, so these are all of her charms and I love them. And I actually needed more display space for them, so I bought another display rack for these additional charms. But yeah, it's good. Oh, DHK! You got all the Blue Archive girls in her last Aru? Yeah, no, I was reading her stuff on Twitter and she was talking about how devastated she was that the charms hadn't arrived because it was such a perfect time to actually distribute a bunch. But it sounds like she's gonna get all of that stock on her online online store. I was saying shop as well. Online store. So yeah, if you're interested, I personally am a really big fan of her work. It's very good. Absolutely fantastic. So yeah, anyway. 100 kilogram charm. Indeed. Oh my gosh. And then we have Fluffy Biscotti. Oh my god. This, I couldn't help myself. I had to. It was Nyanko Sensei. But then they also had this adorable Totoro bento. Oh, my heart. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. So yeah. Also, my apologies, it is more food. God, DHK, insanely based. I'm so glad you're also a longtime fan of Marina. She's just fantastic. She puts together a lot of beautiful fan work. Ooh, it's good. But yeah, I actually wasn't familiar with Fluffy Biscotti before this, but I kind of bought a lot of prints because they were great. They're all really small and I can hang them all together and it'll be good. And so I bought these. And then I also bought these because if you bought 2, you would get 2 for free, and I wanted them, so I bought 2, and then I got 2 more. So this Pichu is extremely adorable with the crepes, super good, and then this Magikarp just makes me laugh. I love it. It's just so perfect. Look how derpy he looks. Oh, it's so good. It's so perfect. So anyway, I'm gonna display these 4 together and that's gonna be perfect. But yeah, I was not familiar with their work prior to this, but I bought a couple of prints and I'm very happy. I'm gonna put them together and it will be good. Okay, other people. Melon Bread. I have been a longtime fan of hers and I own so much merch from her that there wasn't much new for me to buy, but I still bought stuff anyway. So I bought some embroidered patches because I thought it would be really fun to sew these onto some bags. So yeah, I bought the Arctic and the Spring Fox and then this bonsai tree. I absolutely love it a lot. I actually have a pin of this as well. So now I have a patch and a pin. I might like her art a lot. I actually showed up to the convention wearing a shirt that she had made. And she looked up, oh god, and she saw me wearing this shirt and she's like, oh my god. Oh my god, that was from a couple years ago. That's so nice of you. And I'm like, oh god, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be like a creepy fan. I'm sorry. I just really like your work. So yeah, anyway, so I bought some embroidered patches from her. Melon Bread also works with an artist named Hyde, and the 2 of them have a shop called Hideaway Melon, and it is absolutely fantastic. So anyway, highly recommend. They do a bunch of really cute stickers and pins and shirts and other things, and I love it. Yeah, I know, I laughed too hard. The wiggle, it cut a little, it couldn't handle it. That my tracking software didn't know what to do. You know, suffering from success, that's actually a good way of putting it. And I have so much of her merch already that I didn't have much more that I could buy. So anyway, I highly recommend Melon Bread. Even though I only bought this from her, it's because I already own a bunch of her stuff. So anyway, it's very good. Anyway, moving on. This was a new artist I wasn't actually familiar with, Cypertree. Look at this Mizutsune. Like, dear God. I'm actually kind of like, I don't know. I'm fairly neutral about foiling on prints. I think sometimes it detracts from the overall look because it catches the light in a weird way. This is fantastic. Oh my god, the bubbles are perfect. Also with the different colors as the light hits it in different ways. Oh my god, the posing of the Mizutsune is also fantastic. So yeah, Bear and I picked this up. Bear was the one who spotted this, and both of us like a magnet, just like immediately wandered over to this booth. I also picked up a Nargacuga pin because I couldn't help myself. I love Nargacuga so much. So now I have a pin. It's very, very good. But yeah, no, it's very, very shiny and fantastic. Oh my god, Tofu, what would I do if I saw a Yumie cosplay? I would probably start crying. Like, and this isn't, I don't want anyone to feel like pressured in any way whatsoever, but like I get really emotional whenever you all make fan art or other things, and like I would get just as emotional if I saw a cosplay. So yeah, that would be pretty wild. But y'all are very sweet. The fact that y'all put as much time as you do into your fan art is so wonderful. You heard her, everyone. No. Do not feel any pressure whatsoever. Oh man. How can you make the tail work? Man, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm so sorry. I don't mean to make things hard for cosplaying. You know what? You could just do the, you could just make it a tail, right? Like, you can just keep your normal legs and like just do the Gehenna version of me. It wouldn't even be too crazy for those of you who have actual legs. A snake made of 10 people. You know, that's actually a fair point. There are Joshin-chan cosplayers. I wonder how they make that work. I have to look into this now. Challenge accepted. Cosplay Yumie like the lion dance, but snack. Man, that could work though. You just have a couple people as the tail. Oh man. Man, are there, you know, I actually need to go and check out Pixiv. There's a bunch of fan art that has been posted on Twitter, which is great, because I'm able to like really quickly check that, as well as the Discord. I wonder, I'm gonna check out the Pixiv stuff. It might be some of the stuff that I had seen. Let's go. Yumie Tsuchinoko. That's so dope. People are super cool. Y'all are absolutely fantastic. I appreciate y'all so much. Dear God. Oh. Yeah, no. Pixiv does have a tendency to be spicy. Well, whatever it was, I wasn't able to find them there. But I have seen a bunch of fan art of me on Twitter and other things. You know, it's actually funny. I'm also someone who posts all my fan art on Pixiv. None of it is spicy. There are plenty of fan artists who don't make spicy fan art. They tend to make like a lot of cozy art. So a lot of that gets posted there. It's just like a really good place to store all your art because it is in really high resolution. You can have a bunch of tags that go along with it. So I've personally been a big fan of like Pixiv things. Wait, don't. Sounds good. But yeah, y'all are very sweet. Thank you all so much. But yeah, please no pressure at all. I'm just happy to like hang out with y'all and talk about stuff. So yeah, any fan art or other things is like extra work that y'all have put in, and I appreciate that a whole bunch. So thank you. Very, very much appreciated. Okay. That was actually all of the fan art. But that is not the end of our stream. I actually have one more section for y'all. I wasn't really sure where else to put this, but there's some funny tangents that happened during our time in New York, and I thought it would be really fun just to talk about some of the things that happened that didn't really fit in different sections. Yes, no, it was a very good haul. Ooh, it was fantastic. I got so much official merch. I got so much fan art. I was able to go watch Delicious in Dungeon. It was absolutely fantastic. And on top of that, I got to have a bunch of tasty food. So it was very good. There were some very funny things that happened though that I thought you all might get a kick out of. So really quick, I'm gonna have a drink. We've actually been going for a little bit. What do y'all think about a quick break? I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick. I'll get myself some more water and then we'll hop into the funny tangents here. Let me go. I'll transfer you over to go hang out with Chibinoko here. And then I'll be back in a couple of minutes. And we'll hop into the funny tangents with y'all. So go get yourself some more stuff to drink. Get yourself some food if you want some as well. And and then we'll hop into some more funny tangents here. Alrighty, I'll see you all in just a few minutes here. Oh, I'm also a little congested. I'm gonna go take care of that as well. Alright, I'll see you all soon. Did someone say Tsuchi Peroro? Where can I get my hands on this? I greatly desire this. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. That was super funny. I don't know. I don't know if this is just me, but like, do you all ever get congested in the winter? I don't know if it's just like the dry air just makes like your sinuses want to start producing more mucus. Unfortunately, because we were gone for a couple days, we had to turn off the humidifiers that we have in our place, so it's a little drier in here than usual, and I guess my sinuses did not care for that. Okay, I'm glad that's not just me. It's a very annoying thing. I was noticing that, like, as the stream was going on, I'm like, God, why are my sinuses filling up? And I'm like, oh God, it's because it's dry, of course. Oh, of course. So anyway, we're doing much better now. Anyway, how are y'all doing? Gorm? Y'all seem to have scattered very quickly. No need to worry, I'm guessing. I'll have to look into the Tsuchi Peroro though. Quite excited. This seems good. But anyway, thank y'all for waiting. I'm hoping y'all got some refreshments for yourselves, hanging out, ready for some funny tangents. God, I'm so excited for some of these stories. I feel like it's been really fun just to talk generally about the city and about all these things, but like some of these stories are absolutely wild. Good, good. I'm glad. Glad nothing unusual or suspicious happened while I was gone. Excellent, excellent. Yeah, annoyingly, I don't know if like, I don't think that like my full snake brethren have sinuses, but I unfortunately have been cursed with this, so. I don't have full ears though. I just have like little ear holes. So that's cool, but I do have sinuses. And that's kind of annoying. So anyway. Holes! Oh man. It's super funny. I've never like shown off. Like my hair is always covering the side of my head, but like if you were to remove the hair, it'd just be a cute little tiny hole. And it just goes into where my eardrum and stuff is. You know, actually some snakes don't have even that. Like they just feel things entirely through vibrations. There's no ear hole or anything like that. So I think that's kind of more of like a legless lizard thing, which is a thing. That is a thing. Legless lizard. It's not a snake. It's a lizard, but it doesn't have legs, but it has ears. It's super weird. Oh man. But yeah. Yeah, essentially, like, I don't know, vibrations almost seems like it would be really useful, right? I can feel that someone farted. I can sense it. The waves. So yeah, no, thankfully I've at least got ear holes so I can wear like IEM headphones and stuff. I think that would be unfortunate otherwise. Headphones at least still do something, but oh man. Well, let's hop into some more funny tangents, y'all. More snake facts, more things about New York that happened. Okay, so I've set these up as like general topics for you all. Let me sit back in my chair, scoot forward a little bit, lean in real close, and let me tell y'all about the Heresy when I was waiting in line. So this happened on the very first day of AnimeNYC. This was actually while Bear and I were waiting in line to go and watch Delicious in Dungeon. We are essentially an hour into this convention. And the person that we were standing next to in line, they're very talkative, and they're talking to the person in front of us. And they're chatting about a whole bunch of things, talking about the anime that they're about to go watch and everything. And, you know, it's fine. They aren't familiar with the manga at all. They're just here excited to come and check out the series. But then they started explaining more than that. This person uttered from their mouth that they don't really like manga anyway because, and I quote, "the pictures just aren't expressive. They don't convey emotion." And this thing that this human being said, this heretical thing in front of me, this person continued talking like this was a totally reasonable, totally legitimate thing that a human being has said. And listen, I understand. Manga is not for everyone. I totally get it. Anime and animation is super dope. But like, there's a different reason for that, right? It's not necessarily that the art isn't expressive. You can just be really into the action. You can be into how characters move, how they emote, how they do stuff. But saying that all manga that's ever existed is not good at expressing emotion? What? So anyway, I'm just standing here. Listening in shock as this person is saying these things. And then this person, I kid you not, starts talking about like what career path they want. I don't know if this person was in college or if they were just a recent college grad, but they were talking about how they, I kid you not, we're excited to jump into a career about AI, because AI is the thing of the future, and AI art is this wonderful thing. And it was at this moment that I realized I was an hour into this convention and I was already standing next to my mortal enemy. This incredible happenstance. I have, for some reason, ended up next to my mortal enemy in line, and it was so difficult not to absolutely go after this person. But I kept it together. I was good. I was a good snake. I don't like conflict. So I turned to Bear and I'm like, I need to focus on something else besides the crazy heretical things that this person is saying. Oh my god. So anyway, that was my first hour of AnimeNYC, was having the displeasure of standing next to someone that has a fundamental misunderstanding of how art can be conveyed. And I don't like being that way, right? I don't want to be like the asshole that's like, well, you need to appreciate art like this. Again, I totally get it. If you're not into manga, that's totally fine. But like, what the hell? This person. So anyway, thank you all. I'm glad. I'm glad that you all admire the restraint that I had, having to stand next to this heretical person. Oh my god. Absolutely unreal. So anyway. Yeah, Bear and I afterwards had some words to say as we were talking about this. Oh god. So yeah, Bear reads, if you can believe it, even more manga than I do. So oh god, it was, you know what, that's fair. Maybe I should have just started the convention by making this person into a snack. Just unhinge my jaw, forego the popcorn. Stop this heresy in its tracks. So yeah, that was an interesting way to start the convention. Thankfully, Delicious in Dungeon was right after this, and then I mercifully forgot all about this person for a while. It occasionally popped up in my brain where I'm like, wow, that was a real person that I stood next to. Those were real words that this person said. Without any self-reflection or thought about this. So yeah, anyway. Delicious in Dungeon cleanses all sins, so that was good. That made things a lot better. But yeah, Heresy spotted within the first hour. Absolutely incredible. Oh, and yeah, no, Tofu, you were correct. An anime convention is a bad place for an AI art person to be. They are banned from a lot of conventions. So yeah, no good whatsoever. But yeah, anyway. No people were eaten as a result of this, even though the desire was there. I was ready to stop this heresy in its tracks. But I exercised restraint, and so we were okay. We were okay for now. Next thing. So Crunchyroll, as I've mentioned, they were a big sponsor of this event. They actually had their own floor. On the 4th floor, that was just the Crunchyroll floor. So they had the Freerin area, and they had a bunch of other things. You could go and take pictures, and there were all sorts of cool things that you could check out there. But at the very, very end, they also have this giant, essentially like viewing area. Either for concerts or for anime episodes. Oh man, going back to the last story. Oh man, I'm sorry I made some of y'all sweat too. That's the thing, I had to share it with you all because I knew y'all would understand. It's absolutely ridiculous. Oh god. Yes, y'all, please share your beautiful tangents as well. In the Discord or a little later on, I would love to hear some of your horror stories from cons as well, because it has been absolutely wild. But yeah, so moving on from one sweat rage-inducing thing to a different category of thing. So Crunchyroll had several shows that premiered on their little area. So they had, this is actually a picture of what this area looked like, but this doesn't really do it justice. This place is gigantic. It's really, really long. And there's a huge screen that projects things there, and then these absolutely monstrous speakers. And because this room is so long, they crank the volume up really, really high so that everyone can hear. I would argue maybe it was cranked up slightly too high. It was so loud. It was kind of hard to like hear people around you or like to talk to Bear. And thankfully, Bear, beautiful, beautiful man, thinks ahead. And he had brought, just in case, some I was almost about to call them ear-canceling headphones. Some noise-canceling earplugs, like the type that you bring to concerts. So what you do is you put them in your ears, and then you're still able to hear like the music and the concert, but it's significantly quieter. So that was great because we really needed that for this. So yeah, we literally had to bust out the noise reducing earplugs, put those in our ears so that we did not hurt our hearing. I actually can't even imagine what it was like for the people on stage. I really, really, really hope that they had some sort of earplugs, because otherwise, dear God, it was so loud. They also had these like in-between things, like there would be a show that would premiere or like a panel that had happened, and then they would have like a 15-minute break, and they would have these hype people, I guess is the best way to put it, like people who are specifically paid to like hype up the crowd and like get people super excited for the next panel. And I don't envy their jobs. It seems hard. But also it was so loud, and they were blasting music, and they're like, guess this anime song. And then they just like jam it. It's so loud. Like they're just jamming the OPs from these series, and it is just deafening. So anyway, I was very glad that we had these earplugs. Bless Bear. Bear is just Hifumi over here, making sure that we don't have hearing problems. This is also my general PSA. If you ever go to a concert, there is no shame in bringing like earplugs like this. They actually make them specifically so that it just reduces the volume so you can still listen to the concert. You're just not going to have your ears ringing afterwards. I really wish that I'd had these in my youth. I feel like that would have made a lot of concerts a lot better, so... Magical. Were you able to hear through your rib cage? God, now I'm happy that I can't hear through vibrations. Can you imagine? I would be dead. Like you can feel it from the stage. It was absolutely insane. Oh, but yeah, anyway, so they had a couple of those like hype sessions where they're like, all right, we're giving out prizes. Name what this song is. And I don't know, they also had a couple of lip syncing sessions where they had people like run up and lip sync songs, but I don't know, they forgot to turn off the microphones to the people who were lip syncing. So like people were singing along to the songs, right? It just got really distracting because people would be singing along to the songs like instead of just fully lip syncing, and so you would just hear random people just singing. I don't know, it was kind of cute, but also deeply hysterical and very, very loud. So the thing that I actually watched was actually not the concert, but this was when I went to go and see Metallic Rouge. This is where this was happening. So yeah, I didn't go deaf from watching Metallic Rouge, which was great. It was very loud otherwise. Yeah, and that's actually a very good shout out, Omnia. So yes, most earplugs do have a dB rating, and it'll tell you how much noise reduction they do. So yeah, like seriously, if you go to concerts, like bring some form of earplugs. You'll still have a great time, and your ears won't be ringing afterwards, which is great. Try not to damage your ears. It can be very easy to do, and then it's very sad. So yeah, anyway. That's my little PSA about that. I didn't go deaf from listening to stuff in this Crunchyroll area. Oh god. Oh man, that's true, Tofu. Yumi complaining about the noise until they start playing Hifumi Daisuki and then she demands they crank it up. You got me there. I would be deafened from that. You know, that's actually a good point. Bluetooth earbuds also work really well. Just anything that makes it so that like you are reducing the noise that is getting into your ears is generally good, while still being able to hear stuff is good. So yeah, I think that's all very good. Yeah, and also if you're in New York anyway, having the earplugs is good because then you'll be able to sleep. Woo! We actually brought a white noise machine with us, like packed it in our check-on bag. That was the other thing. I brought one check-on bag and then we each had some carry-ons as well because I knew myself. I knew I would end up filling up that check-on bag. That was correct. It was empty when we arrived and it was full when we left, so mission successful. Oh man. So yeah, anyway, moving on. Oh yes, the Good Smile Gacha. Oh my god. Oh god. Okay, so Good Smile, creators of Nendoroids and a lot of other really cute figures. They had their own official booth, right? We got in line so that I could pick up my Miku Nendoroids. And as we were in line, we saw that Good Smile was offering a gacha. And we wanted to know what that was about. So we finally get to the register. I pick up my Miku Nendoroids, and so Bear starts asking, what is this gacha? Like, is there some way to participate? What is it exactly? Because that seemed like a funny thing to do. And so they told us that it was like, I think $10 for a roll, and you would be asked trivia questions about anime. And if you got them right, then you would be able to make a roll for the gacha, and then you'd be able to get these special like pin Nendoroid prizes. Pin Nendoroids were not a thing I was familiar with, so immediately there was some skepticism of like, okay, what are these? Are they gonna be like tiny? Are they something else? But it seemed like something that would be kind of funny, and something that would be a way to like maybe spend a couple minutes, do some trivia. I don't think I've talked about this much, but Bear is actually kind of a beast when it comes to trivia. His school, God, I'm amazed that they even had this. His school had a quiz team, and he was on it. Like, he was a very, very good member as part of that team. So yeah, when it comes to trivia, Bear is like the go-to person. Whenever we've had to do trivia stuff, I kind of just like scoot Bear into the driver's seat, and I'm like, all right, do it. Let's go. So yeah, the prospect of anime trivia sounded kind of fun, and we're like, cool, we can then do some gacha stuff. That seems kind of fun. Let's give it a shot. So we go over, and immediately we realize that we've made a mistake because there is this gigantic line going to this one singular woman who is doing all of the question asking. So we're like, oh God, but we've already paid for the gacha. And so we're like, okay, we'll wait in line. Bear pulls out his phone and does Blue Archive dailies. I run to the restroom and then come and find him. And like, oh, finally, this is like 15 to 20 minutes later. Bear finally makes it to the front of this line. This gacha that we thought was going to be extremely quick and not a super crazy thing has turned into like a 20-minute ordeal. But he's made it. He's finally made it to the front. What question do you think he gets asked? I'm going to take a drink because I would love... I had many guesses myself for what questions Bear would be asked when he made it to the front of this line. I was very surprised at what they actually asked. Yeah, no, it's too far in. Investment already made, must commit. Exactly. Sunk cost. You gotta at least see it out. I'm gonna take a drink. I'm gonna tell you all. The question that they asked Bear. Oh. Oh god, Hifumi's favorite character. Fantastic. A One Piece question. See, oh my god, these are fantastic, right? These are sunk cost looking like a nuclear machine. It's true. What's the color of this anime character's hair? The bounty on snake ladies in Japan. There's no reason to ask that. Okay, returning to the other questions. His favorite color. Oh, some of y'all are getting close. Dead ass. After waiting 20 minutes in line, we finally get to the front. And this woman, who, bless her heart, is having to do this for so many people. She asks, "What's your favorite anime?" That's it. What's your favorite anime? And then she had a follow-up question. Can you name the main character of that anime? And there was another question. There was a third question. Can you name another character from that anime? So here we were thinking it was going to be actual trivia, when really it was just for the fun of it. I can't really fault them, right? Like, they're making you pay $10 to make a roll on this thing, but it was still just the biggest slap in the face after waiting in line. Agreed, it was more like a survey. I died when that happened. I don't know. I thought that was both absolutely hysterical and deeply, deeply disappointing. Oh god, it was not trivia, it was trivial. So yeah, there was indeed Omega anticlimactic. Excuse me, anticlimactic. God, I guess this is where the scuff is, man. I can't speak. I keep tripping over my words. Too excited to tell y'all about stuff. Out of practice after a week and a half. But it's all good. I was able to convey how completely anticlimactic this was. Wait, Matsu, damn, I still would have lost this trivia. If it makes you feel any better, apparently the person in front of Bear like kept getting questions wrong, or like kept not being able to think of stuff, and they just kept like asking new ones. So anyway, yes, I will show you all the polls that Bear got. So I'll show you what these Nendoroid pins are. Ta-da! They're literal pins. They just come in these little Nendoroid boxes. I would say that the Yu Yu Hakusho ones were like the actual fantastic polls here. Tofu was the AI bro in front of Bear. That explains it. That's why they didn't know. Yeah, no, I was actually pretty excited. The Yu Yu Hakusho ones are fantastic. I'm excited to put those ones up. Apparently we got the special secret Uber SSR Monokuma. Which was great. We actually, with some of the others like Zenitsu and King, Bear was really sweet. He was trying to see if there were like any kids around that might want these, because these are shows that like we don't really watch ourselves. But we didn't find any cosplayers who had these, and so we ended up just keeping them ourselves. But yeah, these are all the things that Bear got, so as a result of this very silly, not actual trivia, we ended up getting this stuff. You know, Bear's Gacha luck strikes again. Man, hey, speaking of which, Bear is going to be posting a poll that he made. It was one of the most singular, aggravating things I have ever watched. This man is too lucky. It's not fair. He made some polls on a recent banner that were stupidly lucky. So anyway, look forward to that. That'll be posted at some point here. But yeah, it was a whole bunch of stuff. So yeah, I thought this was pretty cool. Lots of fun pins that I can put up. Unfortunately, weren't able to find some fans of some of the other shows to give those away. But yeah, I ended up with them, so. Oh, God. Oh, and that's right. Okay, I'm glad I set these ahead of time. Okay, one last story for you all. Less funny and more just like a very nice encounter that happened. So I had at one point to go use the restroom, and the women's restroom, as usual, was super packed. So there was a long line that was outside. So I was in line for the women's restroom, and I have been told by people, and I kind of assume this must be correct because this seems to happen to me a lot. Apparently I look really friendly. Like, people will just kind of start talking to me, like when I'm at the store or like in line for stuff or like when I've had to fly by myself. I don't know. I guess I look really friendly, and so people will just start talking to me. So anyway, that happened. So I'm standing in line for the bathroom, and this woman in front of me turns around and she just starts talking to me. And you know, this happens all the time, so I just roll with it. So this woman is asking me, she sees that I'm wearing this shirt from Melon Bread, the artist that I love. And the shirt that I'm wearing, it has like a cat girl on it, and it says Nyan Nyan, and it's got a lot of cat ghosts that are all coming up from it, and it's super adorable. And she's like, oh, is that shirt from a series that's popular right now? I'm trying to like get the lay of the land and understand what shows are really popular. And I'm like, oh no, this is actually from an artist that I love. But like, I can talk you through some shows that are really popular if that's something you're interested in. And she's like, oh, that would be fantastic. And your shirt is so adorable. I'm gonna go check out that artist later. And as we're talking, she ends up telling me that she's one of the concert organizers. So she's like essentially staff. She said that she had been here last year, and she was talking about how she felt like she had finally gotten a grasp of what was popular last year, with everyone walking around with Chainsaw Man cosplays. And she also was familiar with Spy Family because there was a ton of really great Yor cosplayers that were everywhere. But she's like, but this year everyone's wearing different stuff, and I want to know. I want to know, like, what is actually popular with people. So yeah, I was trying to run her through, like, some of the things. I was reassuring her that, like, Spy Family is still ongoing. People still like Chainsaw Man, but, like, there's other things that are coming out. And she's like, okay, that's good. I'm glad. I can recognize those cosplays at least. And so, what anime do you think I recommended to this woman? It's probably not surprising to you all, but I recommended Frieren. I told her that it's currently airing, so there isn't a lot of cosplay or fan art of it, but it's insanely popular. So yeah. Yeah, I wonder, it couldn't possibly be Frieren that Yumi recommended. But yeah, like, in addition to that, there was a bunch of Bocchi fan art, and I didn't see a lot of Bocchi cosplayers, but there was a bunch of Bocchi the Rock fan art everywhere. And then a bunch of people are also really into Jujutsu Kaisen, so there was a bunch of that all over the place too. Yes, I'm definitely not pushing an agenda here. But yeah, I was trying to sell her on it as something that she could watch too. I was talking about how, like, when we had talked about this during our seasonal anime review, like, some of you folks had talked about, like, sharing this with family members who hadn't really watched anime and you still enjoyed it. So I passed that along and I told her, yeah, you should check this out. I think you'd enjoy it, but this is a thing that is very popular and is going to continue being popular. And yes, this is your weekly PSA to go watch Frieren. It's very good. It's very, very good. But yeah, she was really sweet. I have, I don't know, both Bear and I have Hifumi tendencies. I carry a lot of stuff in my purse. Like, I have Band-Aids, and I have, like, antibacterial stuff, and I have I have pain meds and allergy meds, and I had a pad of paper and a pen, and so I wrote Frieren down for her, and I passed that along for her to go check that out, which was great. And then afterwards, I was thinking to myself, she was super nice, and she thanked me, and we went our separate ways, and I went back and I told this story to Bear, and I was like, concert organizer? What concert is happening today? And then I remembered that the Hololive concert was happening. I don't know if she was involved with that, or there was a concert the next day, but this was the first day. This was Friday. She wasn't wearing any, like, staff badges that were visible or anything, and she didn't, like, mention that. But, like, I don't know. I felt a little, like, afterwards, as someone that enjoys the whole live stuff. But yeah, she was really nice. So I don't know if she does work with them. She was super cool and like just a very decent person who wanted to like know what anime was popular. And she was telling me about like previous Anime NYCs that like from last year that she had been there. So no, definitely this would be like a manager, like a Hololive manager, or like someone who is involved with organizing stuff. But yeah, whoever it was, she was delightful, very, very kind. She had just the slightest Japanese accent, but it was barely perceptible. Her English was amazing. But yeah, she was extremely kind, and even if she wasn't involved with that, I'm very happy that I have hopefully indoctrinated someone else into the Frieren watch cycle. That's the thing. So last year, Hololive, they didn't have a concert, but they did have several panels, which was the thing that made me think, okay, I don't know, because she said last year was the first year that she had ever been at Anime NYC. But yeah, only making it sound more like A-chan. Yeah, I don't know, man. If it was any of them, A-chan or I don't know. She was super nice. Whoever she was out in the world, I'm glad that I got to talk with her. She was very sweet, so. You've been joining Hololive, I can't believe it. Oh, God. But yeah, whoever it was, she was someone who was involved with a concert that was happening. The concert that was happening that day was Soy Soy and Callie's concert. And then the next day, there was another concert that happened in the Crunchyroll Pavilion. But yeah, whoever she was super, super nice. And I told her to watch Frieren. And then after the fact, I started freaking out, being like, oh God, did I just talk to one of the managers? Oh God. I hope that I was helpful and that I was able to pass along good things and that she enjoys Frieren. Oh, so anyway, someone who was involved with concert organization talked to me in line because I looked friendly and I encouraged them to watch Frieren. So anyway, that was wild. I'm a VTuber too. Yeah, we ended up talking about a bunch of random stuff. She's like, oh, are you an artist too? And I'm like, yeah, you know, I'm not like doing anything here. Like I don't have a booth or anything, but like I'm just going around checking out different artist spots. And she's like, oh, that's awesome. And yeah, it was good. You know what? That is so true. I'm so happy that y'all agree with me. I passed on Frieren. A mission was accomplished. I wrote it down too so that she would know how it was spelled. Because she was like, wow, that was not how I expected that was going to be written. And I'm like, yeah, I know. That was why I'm really glad that I had the pad and pen that I could actually write that out. So Frieren should pay you for being an ambassador. Oh God, it's too funny. Oh, well, whoever the woman was, she was lovely, and it was nice. It was a good way to pass time as I was waiting in line to go use the restroom. But yeah, that is it. That is all of the crazy stuff that happened. I cannot believe that I went to New York It was really fun. It's a city that I definitely don't know that I'll be able to visit super frequently because it is kind of expensive, but it was really good. It was very, very good. So yeah, thank you all for listening to me ramble on about New York, ramble on about oh my god, I'm sorry, my poor tracking can't handle it. Oh, I also just realized I think it's been like 4 hours. I just talked about all this for 4 hours. Oh my god. Then we still have more streams this week, y'all. This isn't it. We're gonna be playing some Star Rail actually tomorrow, like a little less than 24 hours. And then later in the week, those of you folks who are members or who have been gifted memberships, come and swing around. You can either check out the VOD or check it out live, but I'm gonna be playing more Dead Space. Bear is gonna bring the mixed drinks and you all will bring lots of spooky stuff and that's gonna be fine. It's fine. It'll be fine. Oh god, I'm glad. Oh, magical. I'm glad that y'all enjoy my Yumie PowerPoints. 4 hours, a usual stream length. Yeah, you know, that's the thing. This week works out perfectly because it's Thanksgiving coming up, so I actually have 2 days off of work, which is great. So I figured that will be perfect timing. Tomorrow is my last day of work for the week, which is great. And then I'm gonna have lots of tasty stuff for Thanksgiving. And yeah, it will be good. Thank you all for the good luck. Oh, I hope I'm gonna be able to actually shoot things this time. I think I did okay last time, but we're gonna see if I can avoid just emptying my ammo at stationary objects. Oh, but yeah, I hope y'all are doing well. I know some of you are getting close to graduation here. Some of y'all are busy with work, busy with classes and that other things. So please hang in there. We're getting close to the end of the year. We've got a lot of fun streams and other things that I've got planned. And then I've also got another lore archive in the works. So yeah, it's going to be very, very good. Oh, I'm so glad this was so fun. That makes me so happy to hear. Oh, and thank you all. You all flatter me so much. I know my shooting is very subpar, but we're gonna see. I'm sure that I'm gonna be swearing a lot again, so it's gonna be good. And Bear, of course, is gonna be joining us. Do you know, it made me so happy after the first Dead Space stream. The first thing he said was, "That was so much fun. We should do that again." And that just made me so happy. So thank you all. That has been so much fun getting everything prepared for that. So look forward to more of that soon. And then in the interim, we have a bunch of other streams too. So yeah, look forward to it. Sailor Yumi. Oh god, I'm really glad that it was really helpful to hear about some of the bigger cons and things too. There's also some other cons coming up in Southeast Asia as well. Komifuro is going to be happening in December, which I will probably shill for that. So, oh my god, Tofree! Tofree! Dear god! Hey, y'all are too nice. Dear god, y'all are too nice. Jesus Christ. That's very sweet of you. Thank you. Well, folks, enjoy. Please come and check out the Dead Space stream. Those of you who just got gifted memberships, oh my god. Y'all are so nice. The hell? That's so sweet. Y'all are so nice. Thank you. No, XB New Light. I don't know how YouTube does it. It's okay. It's okay. Everyone is part of the Snack Club. Everyone is part of the Snack Club. It's all good. And here's the thing. Memes have been posted from those streams as well, so you'll still be able to enjoy some of the wild shenanigans that happen. So, good god. Omnia! Oh no! No! Thank you for the gifted membership, so god. Thank you. Thank you all. Y'all are very sweet. Oh god, thank you. Oh my god. Yo. Tofu, can I have a loan of $1 million? Oh God, y'all are so sweet. Thank you. Oh my word. And yes, do make sure with your settings. We've unfortunately run into some weird issues with that in the past. If you have a creator profile, I think you can't get gifted memberships, but otherwise there's a setting you can turn on. So I don't know why it isn't automatic. This is very, very silly, but y'all are very sweet. We've got some more streams coming up too, so let's go 10 pulls. Thank you all so much. Let me also go check really quick. There was a couple of super chats that I want to make sure that I didn't miss, so give me 1 second. We're gonna go check those real quick. You know, I think that Crusader has never gotten one. I'm happy, Cheese, you finally got one. Good God. Oh, tofu. And just like that, Yumie has made up for her convention spending. I do always try to make sure that any of like the convention stuff is coming out of like my real day job funds. Like, this is why I have to. It's my justification for working this annoying day job. I can go to conventions and then spend entirely too much money on food and on fun anime merch. And then all this stuff that you all send in, I can like put that back into the channel so I can buy better editing stuff and I can buy more fun things to share with you all. And like, it means a lot that you all are very kind with supporting me. So thank you. Y'all are very, very sweet. Oh God. Okay. I'm gonna get emotional. I'm gonna go pull up super chats. Oh. Tofu. No. You can only spend your YouTube money on Arona. You know, fair enough. That's a very, very fair point. No, you all are the best. Oh God. Y'all are so sweet. Thank you. Okay. Yep, there were a couple of super chats I missed. Okay, let me go real quick. Up. Okay, I got Skies. Snack in the City. Thank you. Snack and the City. That's beautiful. Thank you. I should have thought of that. That's so perfect. Thank you. And then DHK, thank you for providing additional info and making sure that I'm not just like talking a lot of nonsense about New York. I super appreciate it. Especially as someone who has just been a tourist in New York, it's so nice to hear that some of the things that I'd observed were also things that are actually legitimate. So thank you. Thank you so much. And I'm so glad that you had so much fun at AnimeNYC. That makes me so happy. I seriously love this convention. I will probably come back again in the future. Probably not next year. I'm gonna save up some more, but oh God. Oh, and Tofree, thank you for the shout out. Yes, there's been some fantastic updates on the Discord. I've got some wonderful snack mods now, and we have it set up where if you connect your Discord and your YouTube account, it will automatically stick you in the Snack Club, which is a private channel where members can hang out and chat. So yeah, feel free to do that. It's pretty easy. We've got a lot of other really cool Discord improvements too. Oh, I always forget to promote the Discord. There is a Yumie Discord. It's very good and it's fun and people are very sweet. We have a question of the day that I need to get that figured out, but we've also got birthdays and people are nice, so it's good. But yes, thank you DHK. Thank you for your service. It is wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Oh, okay. Oh my God, Alex. Thank you, Alex. Oh my God, you said so many. Okay, I definitely missed some of these. Yep, imagine the Gourmet Research Club in the Big Apple. I think they would lose their minds. I think they would absolutely lose their minds. This place is just absolutely chock full of so much tasty food. Absolutely fantastic. Yeah, driving around the city is not super great. Taking a taxi in Monterrey in Mexico seems safer. Yeah, oh man. That's the thing. I think that there is nothing wrong if you ever feel unsafe in an area, there is never any shame in getting a taxi or something like that if you don't want to take a bus or if you don't want to take the subway. Absolutely no shame in that whatsoever. It can definitely be a little expensive, but sometimes your safety is worth that. So yeah, never any shame in taking a taxi over subways or buses if you don't feel safe. Totally not a cult. Yeah, we definitely don't do rituals in the Discord for Pororo-sama. No need to worry about that. Anyway, thank you, Alex. Oh, ever seen Madball 34? It's an old 90s anime of New York. No, I have not. I feel like some of my older like 90s and 80s anime is a little bit lacking. I need to go and actually check out more. I appreciate the recommendation though, thank you. Blue Archive has 17,018 dojins for this winter. Man, that was the one thing I was a little sad about, but it was probably good for my wallet. There was a lot of fan art that was in Artist Alley, but there's still not a lot of Blue Archive fan art. So hopefully I will see more of that. I'm just really happy that Klaius ended up having a bunch. Silver Arunda, no, not Mad Bull. Oh no, is this some cursed stuff that y'all are recommending? Here's the thing, I can do it. Oh god. Oh, give me 1 second, y'all. I'm gonna take a drink real quick. Bear was very sweet and had sent me some messages. Unfortunately, I have just realized my phone is on silent, so I missed them. Oh no, these were from a while back. Just adding some comments about, oh, bitter melon is a type of melon. Well, that shows you what I know. That's the thing. So those melon balls, they were advertised as bitter melon, and here I am being like, oh, but they weren't that bitter. No, it's a type of it's a type of melon. All right, well, bitter melon is a type of melon, y'all. Y'all are very, very sweet. I even think some of y'all noticed that as well. But yeah, I did not know that. That's dope. Oh god. Yeah, no, I hope that there is more, yeah, more Blue Archive fan art that I can buy would be cool. That would be absolutely fantastic. Oh god. And then finally, thank you, Sedone. Hello, Yumi-chan. What's your opinion about the Railgun collab? Yeah, so this is happening on the Japanese server currently, so it won't hit us for a while. But Blue Archive is actually doing a collab with Railgun. I kind of think it's perfect. Like, if there's a franchise that's going to partner up, like, Railgun's kind of ideal, right? Because a lot of the characters already have a lot of supernatural powers that fits really nicely with the powers of Halos. I don't know, I'm also a really big fan of some of the animations that I've seen, so yeah, I think it was surprising. Like, I didn't expect that they would do the collab, but I also think it works nicely. Especially, it seems like they're going to be, like, Millennium students, and that's kind of perfect. So yeah, I think that is super cool. I like that a lot. It's kind of an ideal pairing. I wonder how they got that to work. But yeah, at some point, probably in like 6 or 7 months, that'll actually hit us, which is pretty cool. So yeah. You know, we've actually had a couple, I've noticed some folks joining the Tsuchitomo, which is very sweet. Thank you all. I appreciate you folks. I hope you enjoy using the emotes and hanging out for member streams. I've got a bunch. So yeah, that should be good. Oh, yeah, and I think that that's smart. Like, crossovers that make sense, I think, is ideal, right? Like, I thought the Miku crossover was really adorable of like, oh, she's traveling and she's visiting this area and this is the whole deal. But I feel like Railgun actually, like, I don't know, that merges even better, I think. So I think that's cool. Ooh, but yeah, thank you for the super chat. And yeah, I think that it'll be interesting to see what kind of collabs they do in the future. I feel like this does definitely like open up the possibility of a lot more collabs coming down in the future. So yeah, that will be good. Oh my god, Dragon Rage! Thank you! Thank you! You all are so sweet! Thank you. Thank you all so much. And that's it! That's all the super chats! Okay! Oh, god, y'all keep sending gifted memberships. It's very sweet. Thank you. Thank you all. Someday, EXP New Light. Someday. Don't you worry. The YouTube gods. I believe. But yeah, thank you, Dragon Rage. Y'all are so damn sweet. Thank you. Oh, okay. This has been good, y'all. This has been a very, very fun stream. Thank you for hanging out and listening as I talked about New York. It has been super, super nice just to hang out and talk about everything, to catch up on the week off. So yeah, look forward to some more stuff coming up soon, so. Oh man, I'm glad that y'all enjoy hanging out, and like, that's good. That makes me very, very happy. Oh. Yeah, hopefully this doesn't indicate your gacha luck this week. That's very true. Oh man, I missed you folks too. It felt weird, honestly, like being away for a bit. It's definitely something that like I'm trying to be conscientious about, because streaming is really fun, but like I do need to like make sure that I make time and take breaks for myself. I don't know. Streaming's really fun though. I enjoy it a lot. So yeah, I'll obviously have like other breaks in the future and whatever, but thank you all for your patience just while Bear and I were on vacation, and thanks for hanging out and listening to me talk about all the things that we did. This was super fun. I, of course, have no chill and spent entirely too long making this Yumie PowerPoint, but I think it was good. I think I got across the points I wanted to get across, so. Oh god. Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah. Also, low-key, I realized that the way that I had been doing Star Rail events, is I kept playing them off stream because I was worried that like they would just take too long to play through on stream. And then I was like, screw it. We're gonna play through the event anyway. So I haven't actually played through any of this new event at all. I've been saving it all. And thankfully the event runs for like the entire patch. So like there's no worries there. But yeah, we're gonna play it tomorrow, which is super fun. So yeah, it's going to be very, very good. Oh god. But yeah, I'm super excited. Oh, I'm glad y'all have been enjoying the event. It's gonna be so good. Oh, yeah, no, I definitely don't want to get burnt out. That would be pretty bad. So I'm going to be very conscientious in making sure to take breaks as I need them, so. Oh, I'm glad you get to see the Yumie wiggles. I love this new outfit, really does. Especially with this scarf. Oh, it's perfect. It's perfect. Oh god. Well, thank you all so much for hanging out. I'm gonna go, it's actually a lot earlier than when I usually stop streaming. I'm actually really glad that I had the forethought to make this a little bit earlier. I had a suspicion I was gonna end up going for over 4 hours. I don't know, I had this suspicion. I'm like, oh god, that'll be so late if I start a little bit later. So yeah, anyway, I hope you all are doing well. Thanks for hanging out, and I will see you all very, very soon for Star Rail and some other streams this week. It's gonna be good. Anyway, have a good one, y'all. Bye for now.